nós exportamos qualidade e tecnologia, até porque a Marinha e a Força Aérea gostaram tanto do nosso uniforme que já o copiaram e usam. É uma alegria. Portanto, mas demoraram 7 anos até perceberem que o Exército tinha coisas boas. Mas isto já está a mudar, felizmente. Mas também o trago por outra razão. É que eu daqui vou para o Porto, mas ando ali uma ponte em Tomar, onde vou fazer um ato que nos diz muito. Vou otorgar o estandarte nacional a uma força que vai para a África, para a missão da MINUSCA. E porquê é que eu refiro isto? Porque essa força e o Exército foram inovadores. Foram inovadores na organização dessa unidade, no modo como nos organizamos e equipamos. Fomos inovadores na doutrina e táticas e técnicas que empregamos em África. E o resultado é que, nas Nações Unidas, hoje, o modelo que os portugueses criaram é copiado por todos os outros países. E, portanto, na República Centro-Africana, quando houve alterações à estrutura da força, foi para criar unidades semelhantes à portuguesa, que é hoje apontada no universo das Nações Unidas como um modelo a seguir. E, portanto, cá está um motivo de vir de camuflado a este evento. E depois também estou aqui a reparar no meu camarada e amigo, que entrou no mesmo ano que eu para a Academia, o meu Jornal Corte Real Andrade, que também merece uma palavra de agradecimento, veio de Londres, está connosco, é o segundo o representante do projeto de Ana, da NATO, que também nos terá, penso eu, uma mais-valia grande para nos oferecermos daquilo que está a acontecer na perspectiva da inovação, desenvolvimento na NATO. Muito obrigado, no geral, por teres vindo, e é um gosto ver-te e ver também o orgulho com que ostentas a nossa farda. Muito obrigado. E agora, talvez, uma comunicação mais formal, se me permitem, retomando, e agora passo a ler, agora já não é o improviso, não é? Agora já faço a ler, que é para não, como estou aqui num ambiente de gente muito capacitada, para não dizer nenhuma asneira. Quando falei destas coisas, falo à vontade. Agora, quando falo de investigação, desenvolvimento e inovação, eu tenho que já pôr bem os pés no chão para não cometer nenhum lapso. E, portanto, o Exército vive hoje um tempo de transformação e modernização. Não porque o futuro tenha simplesmente chegado, mas porque ele está a ser construído todos os dias por aqueles que planeiam, investigam, projetam, operam e lideram com sentido de missão. Um futuro que nos exige preparação e antecipação. Não existe, naturalmente, melhor local para discutir este assunto. Aqui, no Taguspark, cidade do conhecimento, que já nos acolhe pela 4ª vez, e este mote refere bem a existência de um espaço onde as pessoas e as ideias crescem, as parcerias se fortalecem e o futuro se constrói com visão e talento. Vamos nos reunir para refletir? Sim, mas acima de tudo para concretizar. Aliás, eu tenho 3 palavras-chave no meu comando, que são a ambição, a motivação e a concretização. Se este trio não funcionar, podemos nos reunir muitas vezes, mas não vamos a lado nenhum. Queremos, por isso, transformar o conhecimento em capacidade de investigação, em vantagem operacional, visão em realidade. A inovação já não é apenas um referencial de modernidade. É uma necessidade estratégica, determinante para garantir que o Exército continua apto a cumprir a sua missão em ambientes cada vez mais complexos, onde a superioridade depende da integração inteligente entre tecnologia avançada, sistemas de comando e controle robustos e equipas humanas altamente qualificadas. É neste caminho que estamos a projetar a Força Terrestre 2045, uma força que se pretende mais adaptável, mais digital, mais interligada e mais capaz de atuar num espaço de operações alargado, multidomínio e altamente competitivo. Este processo de transformação não se faz de forma isolada. Exige articulação, diálogo e cooperação, onde todos contam. Um Exército tem em curso projetos estruturantes que traduzem esta visão. Da modernização das plataformas terrestres e dos sistemas de armas, reforçando mobilidade, proteção e poder de fogo. À integração crescente de sistemas não tripulados terrestres e aéreos, já em fase de experimentação operacional. Por acaso, tenho pena não ter trazido aqui o vídeo que me enviaram ontem. Ontem, eu há um ano tive uma ideia maluca, como sempre. Quem trabalha comigo já sabe que esta cabeça está sempre a 200, sempre a lançar ideias para cima da mesa. E nós temos umas plataformas antigas, aquela famosa M113, que está em fim de vida, que já está cá há 50 anos e foi concebida em 1950. E eu disse assim, porquê é que nós não pegamos nesta plataforma e não a transformamos num sistema terrestre não tripulado? Já está. Com o técnico, com as nossas equipas. Ontem chegou uma primeira imagem da primeira prova no terreno de um M113 já a ser operado remotamente. E isto é uma perspectiva completamente diferente, porque era uma plataforma que está em fim de vida, iria ser alienada para a sucata, e nós vai-nos permitir recuperar esta plataforma para a utilização como uma plataforma terrestre não tripulada. Isto é engenharia portuguesa, pura e dura. No técnico, onde é que está o Chambel? Chambel, quem é que foi do técnico? Da Fórmula Student, do técnico, com os nossos engenheiros de material, e deu ontem à luz os testes, os primeiros testes no terreno foram ontem à luz. Foi a pequena alegria do dia, ontem às 9 da noite, foi a pequena alegria do dia, e é um conceito que, cá está, é inovador a nível mundial. É inovador a nível mundial, que é aproveitar plataformas que iriam acabar e que podem continuar a ser úteis do ponto de vista operacional. Continuando, falamos da digitalização dos sistemas de comando e controle de comunicações, promovendo maior interoperabilidade e consciência situacional. Para o conhecimento de todos, este sistema já está em fabrico em Portugal, de uma empresa portuguesa, do universo da IDD, está ali o representante da IDD, que eu também saúdo. E há investigação em materiais avançados. Eu venho dizendo isto, venho tentando que agarre esta ideia, mas a energia sustentável para operações é um domínio que nós temos que avançar rapidamente. Nós estamos a pôr muitos sistemas no terreno, todos eles requerem uma fonte de energia enorme e nós temos que resolver esse problema. Para os navios e para os aviões é simples. O navio leva os seus geradores, leva as suas unidades de geração de energia. Para as forças terrestres, nós vamos ter forças terrestres dispersas, vamos ter forças terrestres que vão ter requisitos de energia enormes e não podemos andar com geradores e geradores e geradores no terreno. Vamos ter que arranjar novas formas de ter energia em campanha para as operações terrestres. Como produzir, como acumular. Não se esqueçam que uma fonte de energia é também, se for por gerador, também é uma fonte térmica. E depois vem lá os sistemas aéreos não tripulados que se tentam automaticamente. Não é, Barroso? Tu é que és o grande consumidor de energia com os teus sistemas de comunicações. Eu dou sempre o exemplo, quando eu era jovem, ainda sou jovem, mas quando era subalterno e capitão, nós íamos para o campo com uma companhia e levávamos um gerador de 5 kVA, chegava e sobrava. Depois, quando fui tenente-coronel, levei um batalhão, já tinha que levar um de 100 kVA. E quando cheguei a jornal, comandante de brigada, não chegavam 250 kVA. Porque os sistemas vão sendo crescendo e tendo cada vez mais necessidade. E hoje esse 250 kVA já não chega. Já não chega. Cada módulo de comunicações que nós estamos a desenvolver vai ter agregado um sistema de produção de energia. E é disto que estamos a falar. Estes desenvolvimentos resultam de uma rede colaborativa consistente que envolve, tinha que ser, não é? A Academia Militar, universidades, institutos de investigação, já aqui referi o Instituto Superior Técnico, mas temos muitos outros, a indústria, empresas tecnológicas, que pretendemos que sejam capazes de transformar conhecimento em soluções aplicáveis. Organismos nacionais e internacionais que fomentam a cooperação e interoperabilidade. No decurso deste evento, teremos a oportunidade de aprofundar estes temas, nomeadamente através da apresentação dedicada à transformação militar e à Força Terrestre 2045, o motor do que acreditamos ser uma oportunidade única que se apresenta a todos, bem como nos painéis sobre robótica e sistemas autónomos, que representam hoje áreas centrais para a superioridade no campo de batalha. Este encontro é, portanto, um espaço de convergências práticas entre quem projeta, quem desenvolve e quem opera as capacidades. O Exército não procura apenas incorporar tecnologia. Procura igualmente orientá-la, moldá-la e empregá-la de forma eficaz no terreno. Nós dispomos, enquanto país, de um ecossistema científico, tecnológico e industrial capaz e muito inovador. Cabe-nos a todos fortalecer estas fontes com uma cooperação que queremos ser transparente, persistente, mas, sobretudo, orientada para resultados. Permitam-me sintetizar 3 ideias. A inovação é uma necessidade estratégica, não é uma opção. A modernização é um esforço coletivo que exige cooperação consistente entre defesa, academia e indústria. As pessoas são e continuarão a ser a base de toda a transformação. São elas que dão sentido, propósito e eficácia à tecnologia. É, pois, com este espírito que hoje damos início ao INOVARMY 2025, que eu espero se traduz em capacidades reais, em soluções operacionais concretas e em conhecimento aplicado. Mas, sobretudo, que continuemos sempre juntos a trabalhar e a procurar soluções que bem sirvam o país e o Exército, e tendo sempre em mente que o que estamos a fazer é para que os nossos cidadãos tenham as melhores condições para cumprir as suas missões quando forem destacados em operações. Muito obrigado.
Informamos que irá decorrer aqui nas instalações do Centro de Congressos do Taguspark, no piso 0, durante os 2 dias do evento, uma exposição tecnológica que convidamos a visitar. Iremos dar continuidade ao nosso evento com um painel subordinado ao tema Transformação Militar, Inovação e a Força Terrestre 2045. Neste painel, irão ser realizadas 2 palestras com o objetivo de caracterizar as transformações em curso no Exército Português, tanto ao nível do programa Força Terrestre 2045, como no desenvolvimento das atividades de inovação. Este painel irá contar com a presença dos seguintes oradores: Coronel Tirocinado de Infantaria Luís Carlos Falcão Escorrega, chefe da Divisão de Planeamento Militar Terrestre do Estado-Maior do Exército, e Coronel Tirocinado de Engenharia Arlindo Paulo Martins Domingos, chefe da Divisão de Inovação e Doutrina do Estado-Maior do Exército. Convidam-se os oradores a ocupar os respectivos lugares no palco. A primeira palestra é subordinada ao tema A Força Terrestre 2045 e terá como orador o chefe da Divisão de Planeamento Militar Terrestre do Estado-Maior do Exército, Coronel Tirocinado de Infantaria Luís Carlos Falcão Escorrega.
Ora bem, então, muito bons dias a todos. Permitam-me, começar por agradecer o convite que me foi feito, referir, de facto, o enorme privilégio que é poder estar aqui a apresentar um assunto tão importante para o futuro do Exército, que é a Força Terrestre 2045. A agenda que irei seguir é a que está projetada, realçando-se a necessidade ou as razões para a renovação da força terrestre, o conceito que está por trás da Força Terrestre 45, a FT 45, e, mais importante no âmbito deste seminário, as oportunidades de inovação que estão associadas à Força Terrestre 2045. Comecemos, então, pelo contexto estratégico e pelos fatores de contexto. E, de facto, a realidade estratégica mudou radicalmente nos últimos anos. Além das denominadas ameaças compartilhadas, riscos e ameaças de caráter transnacional, dinâmicas conflituais como a anexação russa da Crimeia em 2014, a invasão da Ucrânia em 2022, a capacitação militar chinesa em curso, os questionamentos sobre a robustez dos laços que formam a Aliança Atlântica são indicadores claros desta mudança em que a prevalência da power politics e o poder dos Estados volta a determinar a realidade geopolítica global. Por outro lado, diversas ameaças materializam-se através de novas tipologias e formas de concretização cada vez mais sofisticadas. A incorporação da inteligência artificial, a profusão e utilização de sistemas não tripulados, a proliferação de arma de destruição maciça, com vetores e sistemas de armas com maior alcance, letalidade e precisão. As ameaças híbridas e o uso hostil de tecnologias disruptivas e emergentes não só aumentam a necessidade de resiliência e proteção de infraestruturas críticas, como também encontram nos espaços comuns globais, incluindo o ciberespaço, um terreno fértil para a sua concretização. Como podemos constatar do conflito na Ucrânia, o ambiente operacional complexificou-se de sobremaneira. Fatores como a transparência, o aumento da letalidade, a multidimensionalidade dos combates, a indispensabilidade da interoperabilidade, os enormes desafios à logística militar e, não menos importante, a batalha da narrativa são fatores que vieram impor alterações e adaptações significativas nos instrumentos militares. Neste contexto, os desafios operacionais que se colocam às forças terrestres são muito exigentes, realçando-se mobilidade e agilidade, a necessidade de proteção, a conectividade, a adaptabilidade, a integração, mais do que a mera interoperabilidade, a letalidade, a escalabilidade, com a capacidade de aumentar ou diminuir o empenhamento e a intensidade, e, por último, a resiliência, com a capacidade de resistir a choques violentos por períodos prolongados e poder continuar a operar. Passemos agora ao ponto 2, importante abordar, ainda que de forma muito ligeira, algumas das razões que contribuíram para as dinâmicas de transformação que estão a decorrer em todos os exércitos aliados e, em particular, no exército português. Comecemos por perceber a relevância do poder terrestre na atualidade. De facto, apesar do avanço da tecnologia, os resultados decisivos da guerra ainda são alcançados pelos soldados no terreno. Não se pode conquistar, manter, defender território a partir do ar ou do mar. Tal só pode ser conseguido através de soldados treinados, bem equipados e determinados. O poder terrestre é ainda e será por muitos anos a ferramenta mais versátil e eficaz para garantir a segurança, a dissuasão e a defesa. E porquê agora a renovação no Exército? Durante as últimas décadas, o Exército preparou-se e foi empenhado com muito sucesso em missões no estrangeiro, principalmente de apoio à paz. como, aliás, todos os outros exércitos aliados, mas não para combater, sobreviver e liderar em grandes operações de combate. No âmbito do novo contexto estratégico e dos compromissos de defesa coletiva, os conhecidos alvos capacitários da NATO, assumidos politicamente com um horizonte temporal de 20 anos, a Portugal é exigida uma participação com maior número de forças terrestres, com requisitos operacionais bastante exigentes. Só para terem uma noção do esforço que a NATO está a fazer na edificação dos nossos planos de defesa, isto é informação aberta, os planos de defesa da NATO passaram de uma necessidade no terreno de 80 brigadas para cerca de 130, portanto, sendo pedido aos diferentes países da Aliança um esforço acrescido na componente terrestre até em detrimento de outras componentes. Por outro lado, a União Europeia e os seus Estados-membros estão empenhados em reforçar a prontidão e defesa da Europa, implementando um conjunto de iniciativas estratégicas e mecanismos financeiros que visam aumentar a sua autonomia estratégica. E é assim que, no horizonte temporal de 20 anos, o Exército tem o enorme desafio de se adaptar, reestruturar e implementar uma força terrestre moderna, treinada, equipada para enfrentar as ameaças contemporâneas e futuras. Detalhemos, então, de seguida, o conceito associado à Força Terrestre 2045. Como em qualquer processo transformacional organizacional, é fundamental uma visão clara que oriente toda a mudança. Essa visão, divulgada pelo General-Chefe de Estado-Maior do Exército em 27 de junho, é o documento primacial, fundamental, que contém não só as principais metas e objetivos a alcançar, mas também as principais linhas de esforço e ainda as orientações para o envolvimento de todos os militares do Exército. O conceito FT45 assenta no cumprimento do compromisso político com os targets NATO. Alvos esses que se centram nas operações de alta intensidade e nos exigentes requisitos para as forças terrestres. Para a sua edificação, o Exército é obrigado a repensar os modelos de desenvolvimento e sustentação centrados no material, nas pessoas e nas infraestruturas. Quanto à Constituição, a Força Terrestre 2045 terá de gerar 5 tipologias de forças. Uma grande unidade de forças de características médias, construída com renovadas capacidades e meios provenientes das brigadas de intervenção e brigada mecanizada. Uma grande unidade de forças de características ligeiras, com gênese na atualização das capacidades e meios residentes da brigada de reação rápida. Um comando e estrutura de comando e controlo projetável, agregador das forças de apoio geral e de sustentação logística, também eles projetáveis. Incluirá ainda a defesa imediata dos arquipélagos, assenta em batalhões de infantaria ligeira de grande mobilidade e rápida intervenção e sistemas de defesa antiaérea. E ainda outras capacidades estratégicas fundamentais, tais como os helicópteros de apoio, e proteção e evacuação, chamado helicópteros multiuso, o apoio militar de emergência e as reservas de guerra. As capacidades da Força Terrestre foram desenvolvidas para fazer face a compromissos de defesa coletiva, compromissos nacionais e compromissos, e naturalmente, as necessidades intrínsecas de sustentação. E assim, no centro, os compromissos de defesa coletiva, associado aos NATO Capability Targets 2025, o tal horizonte de 20 anos. Paralelamente, outros compromissos internos associados a capacidades estratégicas nacionais, como o apoio militar de emergência e a defesa dos arquipélagos. E, não menos importantes que estes dois, todos os mecanismos de apoio, como as reservas de guerra e a sustentação de forças empenhadas. Aqui referir apenas que nos targets NATO, o que Portugal assumiu de uma forma geral estão ali duas brigadas, uma infantaria, duas unidades de escalão brigada, de características médias, uma ligeira, forças de sustentação e duas forças de operações especiais. É esta força terrestre e o seu desenvolvimento, naturalmente, que gera 7 eixos de modernização e transformação, agrupados em 4 grandes áreas: a modernização, as pessoas, as infraestruturas e a inovação. Esses 7 eixos de modernização estão ali identificados: a liderança, a adaptação de infraestruturas, a experimentação, modelação e a simulação, a robotização e sistemas autónomos e a capacitação associada à digitalização, mas também à capacitação da força terrestre. No quadro, então, deste seminário, abordemos de forma naturalmente breve, que o tempo também escasseia, as oportunidades de inovação. Para melhor perceber o que estamos a falar, deixo este slide. Este slide é, de uma forma ilustrativa, meramente gráfica. O que está aqui projetado está associado aos alvos que Portugal, que o Exército, que a Força Terrestre tem que desenvolver, aos alvos da NATO, que tem que desenvolver no âmbito da Força Terrestre 2045. E isto, de uma forma geral, representa cerca de 12.500 militares, mais de 3.700 viaturas e centenas de equipamentos e sistemas de armas associados ao seu desenvolvimento. Há, portanto, desde logo, nesta edificação, como é evidente, enormes oportunidades para o desenvolvimento. Mas não só. Aqui encontramos oportunidades de inovação em 3 áreas. Ao nível tecnológico, com, já falado pelo General-Chefe de Estado-Maior do Exército, com exemplos de inteligência artificial, a robótica, sistemas autónomos, tecnologias digitais, a guerra cibernética, infraestruturas, munições inteligentes, aumento da letalidade, da proteção, da propulsão, da energia. Há, portanto, aqui espaço suficiente e muito espaço para inovação. Mas também ao nível tático e operacional, com as necessidades de adaptação ao nível do treino, da adaptação tática, a simulação, da experimentação, da logística, da doutrina, etc. E, não menos importante, inovação ao nível organizacional e cultural, dos seus processos e estruturas organizacionais, na forma de colaboração interna e externa, na comunicação, no sistema de relatórios, na promoção de iniciativa e da promoção de uma coisa que é muito cara aos militares, que é o comando de missão, na gestão de recursos, etc. Há, portanto, aqui diversas oportunidades. E quando falamos da capacitação da força terrestre, existem necessidades de substituição, modernização e aquisição e desenvolvimento de materiais, de equipamentos, realçando-se a substituição do velhinho M113, o chefe acabou de falar, a regeneração das capacidades de defesa aérea e de artilharia de campanha, a modernização da frota Pandura e dos carros de combate Leopard, a aquisição e o desenvolvimento de sistema de comunicações estáticas do Exército, de sistemas aéreos não tripulados para apoio das unidades de escalão brigada e batalhão e a capacidade de helicóptero de apoio, proteção e evacuação. O grande objetivo, de facto, é capacitar a Força Terrestre 25 com os requisitos operacionais mais exigentes que lhe permitam enfrentar os próximos desafios. Neste slide, podemos ver as prioridades de investimento associadas a 3 horizontes temporais. A curto prazo, até 2032, prioridade para a modernização da Brigada Média, em paralelo com outras capacidades estratégicas nacionais, como os centros de simulação e os helicópteros multiuso, as forças de operações especiais e infraestruturas. A médio prazo, até 2036, a prioridade de modernização passa para a Brigada Ligeira, englobando também as Enablement Forces, com diversos programas associados. A longo prazo, está prevista a modernização dos sistemas C4I para todo o sistema de forças, a substituição da Pandur à medida que atingirem a obsolescência e a substituição do carro de combate Leopard, além da modernização dos sistemas de armas que, entretanto, forem adquiridos. Como é o caso das viaturas que agora forem adquiridos, daqui a 20 anos terão que fazer naturalmente o chamado mid-life upgrade, a atualização e modernização dos sistemas. Mas tem que se começar a pensar desde já. Tudo isto representa oportunidades de inovação para a indústria, oportunidades essas que se podem organizar em 3 níveis. Num primeiro nível, no âmbito das plataformas principais, essas plataformas normalmente são produzidas por consórcios internacionais, realçando algumas exceções, estas capacidades têm de ser adquiridas internacionalmente, pelo menos numa primeira fase, e até que a tecnologia seja transferida e a capacidade nacional instalada. Ao nível das plataformas e sistemas complementares, cada capacidade principal do Exército é constituída por muitos subsistemas e equipamentos complementares, estes mais ao alcance da indústria nacional, como fardamento, equipamentos de comunicações, componentes eletrónicos, proteção, etc., podendo posicionar-se como fabricantes de componentes para os próprios consórcios internacionais. E ao nível do ecossistema de apoio, tem também a possibilidade de integrar este ecossistema importante para a conservação da capacidade e apoio às operações, e aqui falamos de aplicações informáticas, transporte, construção, apoio médico, etc. Este slide, que é um slide que seguramente muitos já viram em diversas comunicações neste âmbito, é bastante ilustrativo e representa as oportunidades que existem no âmbito de uma viatura militar, que à primeira vista não haveria muitas. E, em boa medida, uma viatura militar tipo Humvee, esta que aqui está, em cima do lado direito, tem entre 80% a 90% de componentes comuns com a viatura civil equivalente. E mesmo os equipamentos estritamente militares, sem equivalente civil, como é o caso de uma viatura blindada de rodas projetada, são passíveis de apoio por parte dos fabricantes de componentes. E estas oportunidades que nós normalmente promovemos e tentamos desenvolver com a indústria aquilo que é o chamado modelo sinérgico de capacitação e que assenta, de facto, na parceria com uma grande empresa multinacional e que permite, por um lado, a capacitação da própria aptidão e o estímulo da investigação e desenvolvimento através da produção de componentes, da gestão de ciclos de vida, da manutenção de equipamentos, etc. E, por outro lado, a ligação com estruturas do Exército, como o Semtex, e o Centro de Capacitação Tática, Simulação e Certificação, que facilita a experimentação, a testagem e a certificação de produtos, bem como o desenvolvimento de sistemas de simulação, contribuindo também para a capacitação do Exército. Portanto, capacitação de aptidão, promoção e estímulo da investigação e desenvolvimento, mas também, direta e indiretamente, a capacitação do próprio Exército. Associada a estas sinergias, naturalmente, nós temos que olhar para o quadro macro das vantagens e perceber as oportunidades. E nós encontramos e partilhamos com a indústria e com os parceiros, de facto, que as novas formas de olhar para a programação militar E aqui nós olhamos, de facto, para a programação, existe essa necessidade de olhar para a lei de programação militar, de olhar de uma forma diferente. Só para terem uma ideia, a lei de programação militar em vigor tem 12 capacidades e cerca de 90 programas. O que o Exército vai promover na revisão da próxima lei militar é que nos programas do Exército se passem das 12 capacidades para 5 capacidades, agregadoras de todas as outras, e dos 90 programas se passem para 19 programas. Isto, naturalmente, representa um esforço na otimização dos projetos e permite-nos uma gestão e uma maior flexibilidade também na gestão dos diferentes equipamentos. E, portanto, apresentada a Força Terrestre 2045 nas suas linhas principais, resta concluir. De facto, a edificação da Força Terrestre 2045 é uma oportunidade para a capacitação do Exército, e não só, sem paralelo, no último meio século. Naturalmente que esta oportunidade traz enormes desafios para a organização e para os seus parceiros. Grande parte desses desafios estão associados à modernização, à aquisição, à adaptação de materiais, às infraestruturas e, não menos importante, talvez mais importante, aos recursos humanos. A Força Terrestre 2045 é, de facto, um produto operacional, mas é também o driver do Exército 2045. O Exército não se resume ao seu produto operacional. É mais amplo que isso. Tem outras estruturas que, naturalmente, terão que também ser adaptadas a esta nova realidade e desafios. E, de facto, este desenvolvimento desta capacidade gera dinâmicas importantes e sinergias entre o Exército, a indústria nacional e a academia que importa aproveitar. E todos, e aqui é o espaço ideal para isso, teremos e devemos promover uma relação do Exército com a indústria que tem cada vez mais de abandonar o modelo meramente transacional e passar para um modelo de parceria estratégica onde todos realmente ganhamos. Muito obrigado.
A palestra seguinte é subordinada ao tema O futuro da inovação no Exército e terá como orador o chefe da Divisão de Inovação e Doutrina do Estado-Maior do Exército, Coronel Tirocinado de Engenharia Arlindo Paulo Martins Domingues.
Muito bom dia a todos. É um prazer, é uma honra, mas também com alguma responsabilidade que vou fazer uma pequena apresentação perante esta ilustre plateia e tão bem composta plateia. Bom dia também para quem nos acompanha à distância e, sem mais delongas, passo então a dar início à minha apresentação, cujo tema é o futuro da inovação no Exército. Vou-me apoiar numa agenda muito simples, fazendo uma pequena introdução, depois apresentando aquilo que o Exército já faz em termos de inovação, falar depois sobre aquilo que é a nossa perspectiva sobre a transformação e sobre o futuro e terminar com umas breves considerações finais. Em termos de introdução, e porque gostamos de tornar as coisas simples e por vezes não é simples falar de inovação, apresentar aquilo que o Exército entende por investigação, desenvolvimento e inovação. E, efetivamente, a inovação é algo que tem acontecido ao longo do desenvolvimento da vida humana e acontece normalmente para fazer face a necessidades que surgem ao homem. Portanto, e resume-se a encontrar novas formas de fazer as coisas ou uma forma melhor de fazer as coisas. E, por vezes, ao longo da história, a inovação até aconteceu por acaso, como, por exemplo, a descoberta da penicilina. Mas, normalmente, não é assim e, regra geral, não é assim. A inovação é fruto de muito trabalho e é fruto de muito esforço. E tem um caminho, esse esforço tem um caminho e inicia-se normalmente pela investigação. A investigação é essa que visa gerar conhecimento. Depois disso temos a fase do desenvolvimento, onde esse conhecimento deverá ser aplicado e apenas no fim deste caminho, se o conhecimento gerado e que foi aplicado se traduz num aumento de valor, se efetivamente resulta para nós conseguirmos melhorar uma forma de fazer as coisas ou encontrar uma nova forma de as fazer, então sim nós podemos dizer que estamos a inovar. E este é o conceito muito simples que o Exército tem sobre investigação, desenvolvimento e inovação. Bom, e o que é que já fazemos no âmbito da inovação? Portanto, o Exército tem, como qualquer organização, tem a sua visão, tendo em vista o cumprimento da sua missão. Não é isso que eu venho apresentar aqui. Apenas quero chamar a atenção para um ponto muito importante. É que a inovação e a modernização, desde logo, é um dos pilares da visão do Exército, tendo em vista o cumprimento da sua missão, e a sua missão cumpre-se se as forças do Exército tiverem prontidão operacional. Portanto, é algo que está intrínseco à visão do Exército. E o Exército identificou uma série de áreas, core áreas, uma série de áreas, em que se pode constituir como parceiro para a inovação, seja como parceiro para a academia, seja como parceiro para a indústria. E essas áreas são a robótica e os sistemas autónomos, os sistemas de informação e a guerra eletrónica, a informação geoespacial, nomeadamente através do Centro de Informação Geoespacial do Exército, a área das explosões e da balística, a área da defesa biológica e química, a medicina e também, obviamente, a área das viaturas e dos equipamentos. O Exército possui um modelo de governação para a inovação, modelo esse que assenta em 3 níveis, estratégico, operacional e tático. Ao nível estratégico encontra-se o ator menos importante destes todos aqui, que é a Divisão de Inovação e Doutrina, que tem como tarefa principal planear e supervisar as atividades de inovação no Exército. Ao nível operacional destacam-se 2 entidades. O Centro de Investigação, Desenvolvimento e Inovação da Academia Militar, que passarei a designar por SINAMIL, que tem como tarefa principal o desenvolvimento do conhecimento. E ainda ao nível operacional temos então depois o Centro de Experimentação e Modernização Tecnológica do Exército, que passarei a designar por CENTEX, cuja principal tarefa é o desenvolvimento tecnológico. E com o desenvolvimento de conhecimento e desenvolvimento tecnológico materializa-se então aquilo que é o nível operacional do modelo de governação para a inovação do Exército. Ao nível mais baixo, não menos importante, temos o Centro de Capacitação Tática e Simulação e Certificação, que passarei a designar apenas por Centro de Capacitação Tática. Tem então a tarefa de operacionalizar o conhecimento que é desenvolvido e a tecnologia que é desenvolvido no nível operacional. O Exército tem vindo também a promover aquilo que é o seu exercício de experimentação operacional, o ARTEX, que julgo que será do conhecimento de grande parte da plateia. Decorreu este ano a sua 3ª edição, o ARTEX 25, que contou com 36 entidades presentes no exercício e onde foram testadas 55 soluções. Apenas uma pequena perspectiva das entidades que participaram no ARTEX 25. Algo que também já tínhamos vindo a fazer, fruto de um protocolo com a IDD Portugal Defence, é a entrega de marcas de qualificação, em que as empresas podem portanto, apresentar ao Exército via IDD um produto, um sistema de modo a ser alvo de atribuição destas marcas Army Tested e Combat Proven. Esses equipamentos são alvos depois de testes por parte do Exército, se cumprem ou não cumprem uma série de requisitos operacionais e, portanto, podem depois, então, ser alvo de atribuição destas marcas Army Tested, Combat Proven, sendo que a segunda é mais exigente que a primeira. A promoção de eventos de inovação, como este onde nos encontramos aqui hoje, tem sido algo também em que o Exército tem apostado nos últimos anos. Eventos onde tentamos abordar assuntos de extrema atualidade no que diz respeito à investigação, desenvolvimento e inovação, onde tentamos trazer palestrantes que efetivamente são conhecedores e nos podem trazer conhecimento implícito nestes eventos. Mas não nos ficamos pelo conhecimento implícito, nós tentamos também explicitar esse conhecimento, nomeadamente através da elaboração e publicação daquilo que nós denominamos de atas destes eventos. Passando agora, então, um bocadinho para a frente, aquilo que nós visualizamos para a transformação e para o futuro. No âmbito da investigação, desenvolvimento e inovação, o Exército tem os seus documentos, os seus normativos, que eu não trago aqui. Queria só salientar o seguinte: esses documentos definem claramente aquilo que são as prioridades tecnológicas para o Exército e as prioridades não tecnológicas, sendo que as primeiras visam essencialmente o desenvolvimento de capacidades e as segundas visam o desenvolvimento de conhecimento e de competências. Referindo-me apenas àquilo que são as prioridades tecnológicas do Exército, elas podem ser agrupadas em 8 áreas distintas, que estão, obviamente, em linha com aquilo que são as áreas funcionais e que o Exército já identificou onde se pode constituir como parceiro para a inovação e também em linha daquilo que foi a apresentação anterior que o Coronel Escorrega teve brilhantemente nos apresentou. Essas áreas são a robótica e os sistemas autónomos, a capacitação humana, a área do cyber, a área da precisão terrestre, a área da energia, e eu não vou sequer justificar esta área da energia, porque Sua Excelência o General-Chefe de Estado-Maior do Exército o fez na sua intervenção de abertura, a área do soldado, a área do espaço e a área que nós designamos por facilitadores estratégicos. Nesta área podemos incluir, por exemplo, proteção de infraestruturas críticas, a defesa nuclear, biológica, química, a transformação digital e incluímos também, nos facilitadores estratégicos, algo que eu diria mesmo que se está a transformar na 9ª prioridade tecnológica do Exército, que é a modelação e a simulação. Praticamente o Exército já considera que isto é também uma prioridade tecnológica independente e não dentro da área dos facilitadores estratégicos. É uma área em que o Exército tem apostado grandemente, vai continuar a apostar e, obviamente, o objetivo é permitir treinar como se combate a custos mais reduzidos. O sistema de inovação, o ecossistema de inovação do Exército, que, para além daquilo que são as entidades que eu já referi, que materializam o modelo de governação para a inovação do Exército, integra ainda mais 36 entidades do Exército, das quais eu relevo 3 unidades laboratoriais e 21 centros de competências e de desenvolvimento. De referir ainda que o Sinamil atualmente tem cerca de 80 investigadores, com 37 projetos de investigação de âmbito nacional em curso e 23 projetos de âmbito internacional também a decorrer, sendo que se encontram cerca de 10 projetos de âmbito internacional em fase de análise, avaliação, aprovação. A Zona Livre Tecnológica do Afonso Henriques, a Zona Livre Tecnológica do Exército. Tem sido um trabalho que tem vindo a ser desenvolvido. O seu regulamento encontra-se finalizado, portanto, contou com os contributos de todas as entidades reguladoras a nível nacional, encontra-se sancionado pela Agência Nacional de Inovação e posso afirmar que nos próximos dias decorrerá uma reunião que julgamos ser a reunião final para que este regulamento possa ser sancionado, fisicamente sancionado, porque ele já está sancionado pelas entidades competentes, para que então possa ser publicado em Diário da República e para que a Zona Livre Tecnológica do Afonso Henriques se torne efetivamente uma realidade. É uma zona que se materializa Portanto, é uma zona descontínua que engloba 3 áreas distintas. A norte, portanto, São Jacinto, com cerca de 170 hectares. No centro do país, Santa Margarida, o campo militar de Santa Margarida, com cerca de 6.700 hectares. E mais a sul, Beja, com uma área de 227 hectares. Em São Jacinto, será possível efetuar a experimentação operacional no domínio terrestre, aéreo e aquático. Em Santa Margarida também, sendo que o domínio aquático tem algumas limitações. E em Beja está apenas previsto que se possa efetuar experimentação operacional no domínio terrestre. Apenas um breve slide com algumas imagens do campo militar de Santa Margarida, que é o campo de treino do Exército por excelência, com fenomenais capacidades para promover a experimentação operacional e que eu julgo também grande parte da audiência conhecerá. É onde já tem decorrido o exercício Artex, o exercício de experimentação operacional do Exército, e também o EUROC, o European Rocketry Challenge, promovido pela Agência Espacial Portuguesa. Bom, e qual é o caminho de inovação, tendo em vista aquilo que é a operacionalidade, ou a prontidão operacional do Exército, que com o modelo de governação do Exército nós tentamos seguir? Bom, desde logo, e no início deste caminho, temos que considerar aquilo que são as novas ameaças, que o Coronel Escorrega também referiu, para a qual o Exército se tem que preparar. Também, obviamente, as tecnologias emergentes e disruptivas, mas, e não menos importante, aquilo que são as necessidades operacionais do Exército. Portanto, é isso que nos move a percorrer este caminho de investigação, desenvolvimento e inovação. É conseguir ou dar melhor resposta às necessidades operacionais do Exército, ou até mesmo encontrar novas formas de dar resposta a essas necessidades operacionais. Bom, e este caminho, tendo isto em consideração, este caminho inicia-se com a investigação. E aqui o papel importante do SINAMIL. Depois disso, podemos então passar à experimentação operacional. E aqui entra, como ator principal, o Centex. E no fim desse caminho temos então a avaliação de soluções conjuntamente com o emprego tático das forças. E aqui entra o Centro de Capacitação Tática, onde podem ser desenvolvidos e testadas novas táticas, técnicas e procedimentos associadas a estes novos equipamentos, para assim nós conseguirmos ter prontidão operacional e forças prontas para serem empregues pelo Exército, para cumprir a sua missão. Em termos de considerações finais, inovação no Exército, estado final. De forma muito simples, aquilo que se pretende com a inovação no Exército é suprir necessidades, modernizar e transformar o Exército. E isto tendo sempre em vista aquilo que é a sua prontidão operacional. E no preciso momento, nós consideramos que a investigação, desenvolvimento e inovação no Exército se encontra enraizada, tem raízes sólidas. No entanto, isso não nos deixa descansados e, como tal, temos desafios que se mantêm e que nos movem no dia-a-dia para os tentar alcançar. Desde logo, a necessidade de fortalecer um ecossistema de inovação aberto e colaborativo. E agora não falo no ecossistema interno de inovação do Exército, falo no ecossistema aberto. A continuação de criar mecanismos de financiamento e de aceleração de tecnologia. E, por fim, continuar também a definir desafios tecnológicos que possam ser, pois, utilizados quer pelo setor industrial, quer pela academia. E tendo em consideração estes 3 desafios, este sistema colaborativo e aberto pode-se traduzir por aquilo que eu vou apresentar neste meu último slide. Bom, é continuar a fazer aquilo que já fazemos e depois fortalecer aquilo que é a relação com a indústria e com a academia, que já existe, mas é necessário fortalecer esta relação. O Exército quer fazer este caminho de investigar, desenvolver e inovar em conjunto com a indústria e com a academia e sabe que não o pode fazer sozinho. Portanto, é essencial esta tripla ligação Exército, Indústria, Academia. Depois também fortalecer a ligação à Agência Nacional para a Inovação, nomeadamente para a efetivação daquilo que é a Zona Livre Tecnológica de Dom Afonso Henriques. fortalecer a ligação à rede de inovação da NATO, nomeadamente com a operacionalização do Centex como um centro de testes do mecanismo da AENA. E, por fim, fortalecer também a ligação àquilo que é a rede de inovação da União Europeia, nomeadamente através de definitivamente internacionalizarmos o exercício Artex, nomeadamente em 2026, com a realização em simultâneo com o exercício Artex do exercício de experimentação operacional da Agência Europeia de Defesa. E com este slide eu vou terminar a minha apresentação dizendo que, se eventualmente fui muito rápido, me encontrarei no Taguspark hoje e amanhã e perfeitamente disponível para esclarecer nos intervalos qualquer dúvida ou qualquer questão que fique por resolver. Muito obrigado pela vossa atenção e foi um gosto.
Vai proceder-se à entrega da lembrança institucional aos oradores por Sua Excelência o General-Chefe de Estado-Maior do Exército. Convidamos agora todos os presentes a visitarem a exposição tecnológica a decorrer no foyer do auditório, no piso 0, e também no exterior do Centro de Congressos do Taguspark, onde há uma pequena exposição de material. Solicitamos que, para quem ainda não o fez, que levante o seu cartão de identificação no balcão da entrada. Regressaremos ao auditório às 10h45 para darmos continuidade ao nosso bloco de palestras.
Painel 1, teste. Robótica e sistemas autónomos, 1, 2, 3, 4. Está a funcionar.
Iremos dar continuidade ao nosso evento com um painel subordinado ao tema Robótica e Sistemas Autónomos. Neste painel irão ser realizadas 3 palestras com o objetivo de proporcionar uma visão abrangente acerca do estado atual desta área, bem como as possíveis aplicações e casos de uso que se encontram em desenvolvimento no domínio terrestre. Este painel irá contar com a moderação do excelentíssimo Brigadeiro-General Pedro Miguel do Val Cruz, comandante da Brigada de Intervenção do Exército Português, e com os seguintes oradores. Professor Dr. André Michael Pinto, investigador sénior no INESC-TEC da Universidade do Porto e lead da Motos Robotics. Sr. Dylan Riutort, consultor na empresa Novaverse. E capitão de artilharia Artur Varanda, Project Officer for Robotics and Autonomous Systems do Centro de Experimentação e Modernização Tecnológica do Exército. Por questões funcionais, este painel irá ser conduzido na língua inglesa. No final do painel, teremos um período de debate que será alargado a toda a audiência. Passo a palavra ao moderador do painel, o excelentíssimo Brigadeiro-General Val Cruz.
Já lá se nisso. Good morning, distinguished guests, excellencies, generals, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the first panel. This panel will deal with robotics and autonomous systems. And whenever the First World War is mentioned, it immediately reminds us of infantry sitting in static trench lines, raked by artillery fire and machine guns, perhaps with some primitive combat aircraft flying overhead, primitive tanks, and attempting to breaking through. Nevertheless, regardless of the specific depictions, artillery and machine guns firepower are almost always the central element, as together they represent the most important tactical obstacle that armies had to overcome to win the battles. Fast forward to the present, and having in mind the Ukrainian war, we see the importance of robotics and autonomous systems. In pretty much the same way, aerial, ground, and even maritime drones provide the lion's share of both sides' sensing capability and, since recently, firepower contributing to the so-called transparent battlefield. That is countering the same combined armed tactics that arose as the solution to the World War I trench warfare. Therefore, much like the tactical innovators of World War I had to understand the possibilities of the emerging technologies to that day, the radio, indirect fire artillery, combat aircraft, and the machine gun. So, as today, they had to adapt and adopt those technologies. So this first panel of the INOVARMY Expo and Summit will address directly the following questions. We will start by a detailed technology-focused presentation about the state of art of the technologies that make systems autonomous, so that we can understand just how autonomous can combat systems be today. We will proceed with a presentation that describes the current and historical use cases of military robotics so that we can understand their real impact. Finally, we will conclude with a presentation of recent Portuguese Army robotics and autonomous systems experimentation efforts. We are talking about ARTEX, the Portuguese Army Technology Experimentation Exercise, so that we can glimpse at the future of the integration in the Portuguese Armed Forces. The concept is therefore to gradually translate technology into tactics. For this reason, each presentation can only be understood in context of the others. So we will leave the question period for after the third presentation. We will start with Dr. Andrew Michael Pinto. He received his PhD in Artificial Intelligence applied to mobile robotics in 2014 from the Faculty of Engineering, University of Porto. Currently, he holds positions of Associated Professor at this university and Senior Researcher at Inestec. He is also leading the Motos Robotic Laboratory at the Faculty of Engineering of this same university. He has been the project coordinator of multiple large-scale European projects in the prestigious Horizon 2020 and Horizon Europe frameworks. Dr. Pinto, professor, established the Atlantics Test Center. This European infrastructure is operating in Viana do Castelo, and it serves as a catalyst for assessing robots and AI technology. Dr. Pinto, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Okay, so thank you. First of all, it's a really nice pleasure to be here and to share some thoughts about autonomous systems and how these autonomous systems will reshape the modern warfare. This will be the scope of my presentation. Okay, I will start by introducing what is autonomy, what is the current state of the art, and then we will go in deep into the two biggest problems that are, I would say, challenging the worldwide adoption of autonomous systems. Okay, in multiple use case scenarios, which is the perception and the decision making. Then I will finalize with new, I'd say, new parameters that are rising from this use of unmanned systems, and some evidence of some technologies that are being developed, and it will be available very soon in the community. Okay, we all know that we already have some very, very nice unmanned systems available. This system share or have already operational capabilities in aerial domain, in surface, and in maritime, surface and underwater. We know this is just some evidence of some very cool unmanned platforms: the Shield, the Themis, the Magura, and the Ghost. So I would say that now the challenge is not on the mobility. Okay, we already have unmanned systems that operate, that bring some new capabilities to the battlefield. So what is the new challenge? Well, the bottleneck is not mobility, but it is on the intelligence. It is on the reason capability. It is on the cooperation between multiple robots, between human and the robots. So over, I'd say, in the last couple of years, the industry and the international community has been dedicated in order to solve very pinpointed problems. And for the aerial domain, I'd say that the biggest problems that were solved, or at least mitigated, was the operation in GPS-denied situations, electronics contested or communication contested scenarios. Regarding the industry, it also provided new features, for instance, lock-on the target capabilities. For the unmanned ground vehicles, the situation is a bit different, okay? We saw the rise of multiple role platforms platforms that can adopt and be very easy reconfigured in order to perform different, I'd say, procedures in terms of logistics, in terms of combat support, in terms of reconnaissance. So we have been raised some very, very important unmanned platforms that at system level, they can be very easily reconfigured in order to provide those type of capabilities. However, we are very far from the true autonomy. Why? Because we have, or we need further developments in these two very important and core areas. The first is the perception. The second is the decision making. Only when we solve major problems in these two core areas, we will have true autonomy. So regarding the first challenge, which is related to the perception, when I say the challenge or what is the perception, I'm saying the capability of the robot to perceive what is happening, to understand what is happening, okay, based obviously on the local sensors. So each robot has multiple sensors. This is not new. What is new is that sometimes those sensors have a disagreement because of multiple factors. GPS denied scenarios, jamming of the communications, challenging weather conditions. Well, that's life. That's real operational conditions that affect the robustness of the perception, which needs to be solved or at least mitigated. The other is the quality or the precision of the perception, which obviously when we deploy an unmanned system in the wild, that system will be affected by, I would say, dynamics or the dynamics in the battlefield. So the sensors will be affected by the presence of snow or raining, which damage the quality of LiDARs, reduces the visibility. The sensor or the unmanned system will be affected by daytime, nighttime transitions, will severely affect the visual sensors. So we need to find ways in order to mitigate that problems. Finally, our unmanned system will not be alone in the wild. So it will have enemies, it will have adversarial conditions. Adversarial conditions that will, I would say, apply some camouflage techniques in order to, well, for us to not observe those enemies. Some concealment strategies will also be applied. We will have the spoofing, we will have deceiving GPS signals, okay, trying to create some adversary and very difficult situations for our systems. And obviously, the enemy will try to learn how our robots behave, okay? So what is being applied at international level is, okay, we are developing AI algorithms that receive multiple sources of data in order to increase the robustness, because the true autonomy starts on the perception. So we are designing these AI models, okay, in order to produce estimations that are, I'd say, more robust and characterize the level of confidence that we have. This is just a practical example of the deployment of one AI model, okay, that combines information from LiDAR, multi-beam, GPS, and IMU. Okay, so this AI model combines all these data sources, which are heterogeneous, in the sense that it produces, as you can see, a very reliable 3D reconstruction of the environment. And we are talking about a very complicated environment, which is a harbor, and we use an unmanned surface vehicle for this operation. And the quality of the reconstruction is so high that we can even detect the stairs, okay, and the stairs in your left side. And this is just one example. Other example of AI systems that we developed here in Portugal is this TEFU network, for instance. As you can see, again, it combines multiple sources of data. visual point clouds, as well as GPS and IMU, together in a sense that it produces one very important estimation of the ego motion of the robot. What is the ego motion? Is the linear and the angular velocity of the robot, which is crucial for multiple decision-making functions. We have developed this AI model. I will not enter in technicalities. We tested this in very challenging scenarios. We use autonomous driving as our use case because of the availability of data. However, we tested our model against state-of-the-art techniques. And as you can see that our green light follows very closely the ground truth. And we compare it with state-of-the-art techniques in red, in blue, in gray. But you can see that this robustness of this sensor fusion strategy that we implemented is increasingly high, okay? And we tested this in, like I said, in very complicated scenarios, in GPS-denied circumstances, in tunnels, for instance, in highways where the dynamics is very high, in urban environments with a lot of occlusions, and you can see the average of our errors. This model performed so well that I can say that this system is being integrated by one of the largest car manufacturers, okay? So, what is true autonomy? True autonomy cannot be defined by what the robot knows. It needs to be defined by how it will react when some new situations or new circumstances that were never seen before appears, okay? This is what makes, okay, the big difference between an effective machine from a very dangerous one. I can decompose this decision-making process, okay, into multiple eras, okay? 20, 30 years ago, everything that we thought that it was AI was just rule-based or heuristic-based approach. It's like if and else situation. If the sensor detects something, the robot do that. If the other sensor detects something, the robot will do another thing. So it's very deterministic, but very limited. With the rise of deep learning, we saw the appearance of machine learning models, okay? These machine learning models are usually trained with a lot of data that needs to be collected, annotated for many of the cases. The data needs to be very representative of the environment that the robot will operate. And after that, we have more or less a black box, inputs, outputs, which is cool because it provides some cool functions. However, most of the times, we do not know why a particular decision was made, okay? And if we are talking about weaponizing autonomous systems, this is a very dangerous road. Reason why, nowadays, we are developing neurosymbolic machine learning approaches, which combines knowledge-based techniques, for instance, defining the rules of engagement with deep learning. And we are putting everything together in a sense that we create safety fences so unexpected behaviors do not appear. In the future, what we will have is what we call it agentic systems. What are agentic systems? Are fully autonomous systems. So do not rely on the human decision or the human presence. Obviously, that we are very far from that period. What we are also designing in this agentic system is a layer in order to allow the cooperation between human and the robot. And we are using LLM-driven approaches in order to provide that cooperation between human and the robots. Well, unfortunately, OTAN or NATO does not have standardized this autonomy levels, okay? We saw already in this industry multiple unmanned systems with different levels of autonomy. However, we do not have an official categorization of those levels, which is, I would say, a not very clever way for us to operate. We need with urgency to start this characterization. So I resorted to the US Navy office, which has already a very interesting categorization of different levels of autonomy. And I will not be very, very technical on this. I will try to simplify. I would say that the first level is like we are driving in the highway with a 67 Mustang with manual gearbox, okay? Level 1 is we are driving a 67 Mustang with automatic gearbox. Level 3, we are driving a Mustang from 2015, and we have cruise control. Level 4, it is currently what we are developing. It's currently the state of the art. The robot only engages after receiving the approval of the human being. So the human needs to have contents, or it needs to have full awareness of what the robot is doing, and before the engagement of the robot, it needs to provide the green light. Level 5 and level 6, it's a different game, okay? The robot has the ability to self-engage a target. Obviously that in level 5, we are dealing in very concrete scenarios, okay? But in level 6, the human-in-the-loop strategies are no longer required. So the robot can operate and can self-engage in the targets if needed, okay? So, unfortunately, we have been, we are living in challenging worldwide, I would say, situation. And we have been seeing the rise of multiple unmanned systems and some impacts of those unmanned systems in traditional tactics. However, we need to be able to understand that the battlefield will rapidly change. Why? Because new parameters now needs to be taken into consideration in this very big equation. Okay? The first is obviously information processing. We are deploying systems with multiple sensors that can acquire multiple data, okay, distributed way in the battlefield. So we need to find ways to process, to integrate, and to retrieve value from the data. One thing is data, other thing is information. Information is the value that we obtain from the data. So the army or the army forces need to start integrating data processing techniques, okay? The other is the speed of conflict, okay? In the past, obviously, the tactics are very slow because we have people on the assets. Nowadays, with the introduction of unmanned systems, we can be more risky. And if our tactics are more risky, the speed of the conflict evolves. Okay, this is very, very easy to understand. Then is the multi-domain synergy. Okay, by multiple years, and this is current practice, the army force is divided in three, I'd say, vertical organizations: the Navy, the Air Force, the Army. Although they are independent, with the introduction of heterogeneous unmanned systems, perhaps it could be clever to rethink ways in order to reintegrate these three vertical organizations, because we will have unmanned systems operating in the air domain, we will have unmanned systems in the ground, we will have unmanned systems in the sea. They will be interoperable, they will exchange communication, information, so perhaps we need to rethink the current practices and organizations. Then it's the scale and the mass. I'd say that from the beginning of the humanity, we always have some conflicts, okay? And although the number of troops that we have is always important, I would say that that was not the decisive factor, okay? Because if we have a more compact, well-trained, well-equipped army or troops, perhaps and we have that evidence in multiple conflicts, that small team, okay, or small army, was the dominant force in the battlefield. However, with the introduction of unmanned systems that are fully autonomous, the scale of production and the numbers will be game-changing. Okay, so we need to think not only on having the best Ferrari, but we also need to think in having 100 Ferraris. Okay, this is a lesson to learn. Then is the peer competition. We are not alone in this, I would say, in this road or in this race. Unfortunately, there are spheres of influence that dominate some regions in the globe that are, well, better equipped, and they have better technology than we have, in particular in robotics, okay? So we need to rethink about this combat equation in order to introduce these new parameters. Well, I will now show some examples of technology that are being finalized, and it will be available very soon. I will start with cooperative perception. So, because we will have multiple agents, and perhaps one agent has some limitations, the other agent has another limitation, but perhaps if we combine the local experiences, okay, into a global form of perception, we can improve the situation awareness of the battlefield. And that was exactly what we did, okay, in ESCTEC, in the University of Porto. We are actually the current state-of-the-art of this concept, okay, collaborative perception. We designed AI systems, okay, very complicated one. I will not enter in many details. And we provided here a concept that is the cooperative searching space. So a robot has multiple sensors. It combines multiple sensors. It creates its local belief, sends its local belief to what we call it a cooperative searching space, and it goes there and receives the local belief for many robots. It integrates that global knowledge into the local belief, and in a sense that it increases the performance for a particular task. And we have developed this, and we have concretized this, again, for autonomous driving scenario. You can see here on the left the local belief of one robot, okay, with limitations in terms of detection capability. There are a lot of blind spots, okay, so some targets were not detected. And in your right, you will see this global knowledge. So it is a full reconstruction or a better situation awareness of the scenario, okay? We have improved the detection of all the targets, okay? From multiple robots, okay? In terms of swarm intelligence, there are a lot of work that has been done over the past years in terms of distributed, centralized approach, strategies in terms of the behavior strategies, following the leader, etc., etc. What still needs to be done is how we can encode the rules of engagement in this multi-robot formation. Again, also a very important area for development is the task allocation. We need clever ways or more effective ways to allocate the tasks. Here, I will show a very interesting result for neurosymbolic reasoning, okay? Obviously, that this scenario is for maritime, okay? You will see on the left and right some videos of the behavior of one unmanned surface vehicle. Why this is relevant? Because this robot was not programmed, okay? We designed the AI model. We deployed the AI model in the robot. Obviously, that before deploying, we trained the AI model with experiences. So we taught the robot, and the robot learned how to behave. And we taught the robot to perform a very precise and delicate operations such as the docking, okay? And you can see that the robot, even when affected by disturbances, it readapted online without human intervention in a sense that it concluded its mission with high precision. What was really impressive is during our training process, we never put obstacles, okay? However, in real-world situations, this was the first time that we put an obstacle in this particular task, and as you can see, this is very unpredictable, or we thought that the behavior of the robot was very unpredictable, and it was not. It deviated from obstacles, and it decided a new docking strategy, and it followed the new docking strategy, completing the mission even in unexpected circumstances, okay? This is really, really impressive. When we deploy autonomous systems in the wild or in the battlefield, obviously that sometimes we need to deploy as well some local infrastructure in order to extend the operational capability. This is the cage, which is an example of that infrastructure. The cage provides shelter to UAVs, provides a communication bubble, it provides some processing power, okay, in the edge, so the robot could be communicating and sending data to the cage processes, send the result to the robot, sends the result to a remote base station. Okay, so we need this type of technology in the field as well. When we deploy unmanned systems that are highly autonomous, they will need to cooperate between heterogeneous robots. And here again, in INESCTEC, in University of Porto, we have been working on purely autonomous systems, and you can see here an example of a very critical operation, landing, okay, an UAV in a fully autonomous USV, okay. This year, we tested in Artex 25 for the first time, human-robot cooperation. So we deploy some medical supplies to the front, okay, using autonomous behaviors, in particular for drone delivery, okay? So just to conclude, we know that unmanned systems and fully autonomous systems will reshape entirely what we know from the battlefield, okay? We need, with urgency, to start integrating those equipments, okay? We start integrating in order to understand their limitations, in order to understand the impact in traditional tactics, okay? But obviously, we need to facilitate this integration, okay? We need to deliver, okay, an open framework in order to facilitate different vendors to integrate their solutions in your ecosystem, okay? Please do not think in autonomy to replace the soldiers. This is not correct. The autonomy will be an extension of the soldiers, okay? See autonomy as a force multiplier, okay? This is very relevant. However, when we deploy autonomous systems, we need to be careful because we are dealing with weaponized autonomous systems. So we need to secure that they will behave according to our principles, okay? So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor, for this excellent presentation. And we'll now move forward. And we have the privilege of having with us Captain Dylan Rieffort. He's a French specialist in military robotics. He holds a master's degree in international security and defense from the University of Lyon. He published his research thesis, which was awarded a prize by the jury under the title Les robots terrestres parmi les hommes, robots among men. Enlisted as a lieutenant in the French army, he served for 7 years, first in a regiment and then at the Battle Lave Terre, where he, for example, participated to the 3rd edition of Kohoma, the Challenge Man Unmanned, as operations officer. He published several works and contents related to the ground robotics, technological, and strategic aspects on different specialized and academic medias. He actually has pretty much complex and full integrated works, books, and articles on this subject. So, Captain, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Dr.
Well, thank you very much, Captain Dylan Rietor, for enlightening us in this important subject of the use of robotics on the land domain. The last presentation, who will be in charge is Captain Artur Varanda, Portuguese Army Captain. He is a project officer at the Army Center for Experimentation and Technological Modernization. An artillery officer by training, he's a graduate of the Portuguese Military Academy and holds a master's in Geographic Information Systems and Science from the Nova University of Lisbon, where he's also an invited lecturer for text mining and the bachelor's degree in data science program. His current posting immediately followed a tour as officer commanding of a ground-based air defense battery, besides being a project officer at the Robotics and Autonomous Systems project. He also contributed to the short-range air defense and counter-unmanned aerial systems. Captain Varanda, if you please.
Thank you, sir. So, good morning to everyone. As Brigadier General Cruz presented so kindly, I am Captain Artur Varanda. I am posted at the Army Center for Experimentation and Technological Modernization, where I work as part of the project team for robotics and autonomous systems. And as you can see by the moving image, my presentation will focus on extracting lessons and insights from the Artex 25 operational experimentational exercise to allow us to get a glimpse of the future integration of robotics and autonomous systems into Portuguese Army forces. And before I begin the agenda proper, I'd like to place a public rebuke and to explain why we are using Artex 25 to peer into the future. A while ago, when we began this work on the vision for robotics and autonomous systems, a senior officer told us that having participated in Artex was not curriculum, but rather a criminal record. It also works in Portuguese, not não currículo, mas cadastro. And I'd like to say that if having participated in Artex is a criminal record, then most of us here are repeat offenders, because this is the 3rd edition by now. And I'd say that Artex is what allows us to experiment with technologies that are not yet into the force, but will be used in the force in an unrestricted environment, which allows us to slowly develop tactics and normalize things which up to a few moments ago seemed like science fiction. So, the intent of the presentation is, as Brigadier General Cruz mentioned in his initial opening note, translating technology into tactics. So we will be extrapolating from the Artex 25 exercise to provide a glimpse, not a concept, not a vision, but rather a glimpse of future robotics and autonomous systems integration in the Portuguese Army Land Force 2025 concept. Again, my presentation seems to be moving with a will of its own. Regardless, why are we doing this? We are doing this to facilitate capability development in terms of the Army, because the Army needs a benchmark, needs to have experimental use cases to build upon, and we also want to facilitate the efforts of the industry and academia by defining a high-level glimpse, so that you can know what sort of systems you have to develop or should develop to meet the Army's needs. And how are we going to do this? I'd say that this is a process of extrapolation. If you know your statistics and data, you know that, well, if you know your statistics and data, and I was hoping to get the laser pointer here, you can tell that this is a data set. Some part of the independent variable is being covered by the dataset, another is not. So if we want to extrapolate the dataset from what we know to things that we not yet know, we can have that concept of confidence intervals. So there are a lot of possibilities regarding the part of the future or the dataset, regarding the part which is not covered by the dataset. Consider Artex25 as a data point. This is Artex25. By the way, this is from Artex24, but this is by Arditi, drawn by the development team from Madeira. But it fits very well because it allows us to illustrate the integration between systems and army forces. But regardless, let's say that the Artex exercises are a data point. We want really to see how far will the trend line go. What sort of direction will the integration take? And what we will be presenting here is we will be moving forward, extrapolating from what we know into the future in order to present a glimpse of future robotics and autonomous systems integration. So we move from the experimental cases to hopefully a viable case. So to do so, we will begin by presenting our data set, so to speak, Artex25. We will be covering the participants, the schedule of events, and we will be describing the data collection methods and then several data points, namely the situational training exercises 1 and 2, the live fire exercise, and then the field training exercise, which provides the bulk of the data. And thence we will move to explain the insights from robotics and autonomous systems usage in the Artex exercise. And we have identified 3, which we will proceed to describe when we get there. And lastly, we will conclude by extrapolating from the Artex25 data and use cases to provide a glimpse of future robotics and autonomous systems integration in the Portuguese Army. At the very end of the presentation, we will also be asking a few questions or challenges about capability development, which should be taken into consideration. So, Artex25, the Portuguese Army and project teams from the national, international, academia and industry conducted the exercise at the Santa Margarida military training area, which you can see here being represented as both the ground area in which the exercise takes place, but also the restricted volume of airspace that is used to conduct the experimentation with unmanned aerial systems and other aerial capabilities. It took place between May 19 and May 30, and our end states can be restated as we want to allow the Army to assess the impact of emerging technologies and to gauge the technological maturity of the participating solutions, which are appearing now. And for the civilian participants, we want to provide an unrestricted test environment, but also want them to understand the use cases and challenges that arise from operations in the land domain. Now, participants, there seems to be a mishap in terms of our counting. Sir, Colonel Domingos, which presented 55 technological solutions, we seem to be missing a few, but at least the ones that are here being presented consist of 17 UXSs, 9 C4I systems, 9 protection systems, which comprise jammers, textile and camouflage systems, and armor and composite systems, and even an all-electric dirt bike, which proved to be of great use for the light forces. So you can see that the bulk of the systems being tested are unmanned systems, so robotics and autonomous systems, reinforcing the idea that Artex is an excellent place to experiment new tactics with such emerging technologies. Describing the Artex exercise in numbers, we can see here the graph describing 2 important data points. First are the meals per day, which describe the number of participants. As you can see, it all escalates up until the 28th of May. And the other important data point, in our view, is the number of hours, flight hours for UAS. Obviously, unmanned ground systems operating for a number of hours, but because the need to manage airspace is so large, we had an Air Force team embedded with us managing the airspace, and they neatly provided a data set of flight hours that is being displayed here today so that you can understand the intensity of the exercise. And that exercise consisted of 2 phases. The first phase, standalone testing. The second phase, integrated operations. Despite the phases, we had a couple of events that allowed limited integration, which we will see in a moment, so the STXs, situational training exercises. And during the second phase, we had sort of technical tests with jammers, electronic warfare tests, on Tuesday. But it all boils down to the large field training exercise, which, as I said, provides the bulk of the usage data. Data collection, because if this is being treated as a data set, then we should describe the sort of data collection methods that we used. We used an open BMS, which shall not be named because we have a BMS of our own in the Army, but to integrate civilian solutions, we relied on an open BMS, a four-letter word beginning with A and ending with K, and it essentially allowed us to integrate all sorts of devices using Python code into a server of our own conception and implementation, which allowed us first to get an integrated common operational picture throughout the exercise, second to collect data in order to understand the usage that systems undertook during the exercise. That's the usage that systems did during the exercise. The second data collection tool is the set of human evaluators that were predicted from the start, and they were nominated by the Army General Staff. You can see here the evaluators accompanying the solutions being tested, but they provided qualitative assessments of the technologies being used and resulting in a restricted TRL assessment, which allows the Army to gauge that maturity of the technologies. Now, the data points. During the first phase, we conducted 2 situational training exercises, which were platoon-level operations. So a mechanized infantry platoon had to take an objective. During the first STX, they were supported by company-level assets, namely a company headquarter, UGS to do cargo transport and evacuation, and a company-level surveillance UAS. During the second STX, we experimented with integrating UASs, small UASs, micro UAS, that is, as organic assets of infantry squads and platoons. It was also conducted at night, which provided an added challenge. The other data point is the live fire exercise. You can see here a screenshot from the open BMS. You can see here the Santa Margarida military training area. This is the area near the Tribune. We have here both loitering munitions being tested, but also an artillery unit conducting fire missions. The novelty here is that the fire missions were conducted and assisted, both the loitering munition ones and the ones from the artillery, using UASs to do target acquisition and fire correction. And we managed to, actually using a fire control computer of our own conception, to drop down the time between call for fire and fire for effect from 27 minutes to only 7. These are, of course, fake values, but they are here to provide you with a range, or at least a level of confidence regarding the sort of reduction that we've achieved, and it can even be reduced even further. We will speak about challenges at the end of the presentation. But the main event was really the field training exercise, in which we assembled a battle group, so a composite battalion level unit, comprising a battalion staff, a company team consisting of an infantry platoon and an armored or tank platoon, and half an artillery battery. And the novelty here is that we integrated robotics and autonomous systems at all levels and at all units. So we had battalion level assets, company level assets, and platoon level assets, both for platoon, for the dismounted platoon, the infantry platoon that is, and for the mounted platoon. In truth, we did not manage to integrate every asset due to availability constraints by the low-level drones, but perhaps the biggest novelty is that we introduced the position of UAS operations officers that came from the 5th Artillery Regiment, and they allowed us to assist the maneuver and fires unit commanders regarding the integration of unmanned systems into their kill chains or decision process. So what happened during this FTX? Because we did the data collection part, we can illustrate with diagrams that were made possible by that data collection open BMS and the integration of the systems and forces therein. So during the first phase, so between 8 o'clock and 1400 hours, the battle group stayed, the battle group forces stayed north of the exercise area. Please consider this as the objective area. And they basically conducted surveillance, target acquisition, and strike. This maps to the survey, isolate, and degrade Ukrainian phases of the so-called operations process. By the way, because we think that valuable insights should be shared, if you open the QR code on the bottom left of this diagram, you will be able to open a report by RUSI researcher Dr. Jack Watling that describes this 7-stage process which models the sort of operations that are being conducted in Ukraine. So the way in which operations are being conducted in Ukraine. So it would map to the survey, isolate, and degrade phases of the process. Here you can see just GIFs and images. By the way, most images are taken during the were taken during the Artex 25 exercise or during operational experimentation events conducted by the Portuguese Army between 2024 and the present date. Second phase, the battle group, having suppressed and isolated the objective, started its advance, so a 10-kilometer advance, up to staging areas, so the so-called base of attack and support by fire positions. And robotics and autonomous systems were used. First, UASs were used to keep overwatch on the forces. UGSs were still not being used, but a quick word about usage. UGSs had to be transported to the operations area because the vehicles being tested do not have yet the range of mobility that's compatible with traditional platforms. As far as UAS integration, we also experimented with the so-called mobile GCS, so mobile ground control station. As you can see here in the image, this is a standard army truck, but equipped with antenna and workspaces to allow the engineers from Beyond Vision to operate the BVT 516 from there and to support the movement of the forces. The last two GIFs are from another event that took place during the first half of phase 2, which was the red team did not have any enabler, but they did have FPV drones to signal a sort of threat that forces have to face nowadays. This is a quick fix. This is, I believe, a hockey goal on top of a Pandur armored vehicle that, as you can see, will be able to catch the FPV drone before hitting the vehicle. Of course, this is just a proof of concept, a way of showing how can these things be inhibited. And though this does not reflect the area in which the attack took place, we experimented with jammers, and there were actually jamming teams posed and poised to strike the FPV drones before they struck the vehicles, with some success, if I might add. Lastly, once forces were at the objective, the maneuver part of the force conducted a deliberate attack to take the area that you can see near my laser pointer. And so, the use cases for robotics and autonomous systems here were the new use cases, so beyond the surveillance, beyond the target acquisition, beyond the overwatch, we've used UASs to transport critical cargo to the objective, both after it being taken and to support the movement to the objective. Small UGSs were used, as you can see here, to do reconnaissance, so route reconnaissance, and to eventually trigger and detect obstacles before they struck the force. Company-level UASs were used to suppress the enemy on the objective. And lastly, once the position was taken, we've used both UGSs and UASs to conduct resupply during the forward movement and to extract casualties during the rearward movement. So, this is the story of the Artex 25 field training exercise part. But having explored and described the data set, we can move to extract insights from the sort of activities that we did conduct. And so we have identified 3 insights which, in our view, are very important and describe the robotics and autonomous systems usage that took place during Artex 25. First insight, that robotics and autonomous systems, or RAS, need a digital backbone. Second insight, they need to be packaged as capabilities to facilitate integration. Third, the enemy gets a vote. Starting from the beginning, this is a video cap of that open battlefield management system during the 28th of May. What you can see here on the left is the position data. So the positions of the drones, the positions of the forces, the positions of the enemies being identified. And on the right, you have here full motion video, so a video of the gimbal of the drone capturing the footage. And we can think about, we will describe the actual insights, but to set up the insights, on the left you can think of position data as difficult but feasible, because position data is really just a string of numbers and values to highlight the geographical coordinates of the forces, supported by additional payloads such as text description of the events. on the right, you have a real-time video feed, which takes an immense amount of bandwidth. And the question about this integration or this use of sensors placed on robotics and autonomous systems is, does everyone need full motion video at all times? And from there we can extract the following insights. We can think better of robotics and autonomous systems as network nodes. So rather as being standalone platforms, they should be integrated into a digital backbone so that the information they collect is rapidly and widely disseminated. This will require open architectures and it will require open data formats, because this is what facilitates integration across all platforms and across all combatants. However, if we complement this with a distributed and dense C4I network, so think about cell phone towers throughout the area of operation, mini, 5G, 6G, whatever, to create a dense coverage, such as Dylan presented in his view last presentation, we will be able to counter the line of sight and electronic warfare limitations that drones face also. Second very important insight is about the integration of AI into the robotics and autonomous systems ecosystem. If we have more robotics and autonomous systems, we collect more data. If we have a pervasive network covering the area of operation, we get even more data. So more RAS multiplied by a pervasive network, we have more data. If we have more RAS, they will need to be integrated. The airspace during Artex, as you saw during the diagram part, was pretty cluttered throughout the day. And by the way, this was a 12-hour operation, further reinforcing the need, which Dylan told us, of 6 hours is too limited an autonomy to be of use for most use cases. But again, continuing the argument, the thing is, if we have more RAS, they will need to be deconflicted. If we have more data, someone needs to sort through the data to extract the actual information. All videos which I am showing throughout the presentation were sent to me by someone or were extracted from the Army teaser about Artex 25. This is because we have terabytes of video data, but we did not have the time to sort through all those videos. So we think that we need AI. First, we need AI at the edge to reduce bandwidth, so to reduce the need to have a real-time video link between platforms and pilots. Edgification, as the previous presenter spoke, and we need AI at the core to sort through the information being collected. AI, in turn, requires training data, and though Professor Andrei Pinto spoke about neurosymbolic AI, which combines the AI part with the rule-based system, the AI part will always need training data, so we need that digital backbone to allow us to collect data, much like we did for the Artex 25 exercise. Second lesson is that we think that robotics and autonomous systems need to be packaged as capabilities to facilitate integration. The whole point of military doctrine, the whole point of the military language, so battalions, companies, the ranks, is abstracting the immense complexity that comes with placing people and systems under fire and in contact, sorry. So we abstract that complexity by using military terminology and doctrine. If we want to facilitate robotics and autonomous systems integration, we need to convert those robotics and autonomous systems into a set of templates or capabilities, chess pieces, if you will. So you have here on the screen, I will not be presenting this, but this is a proposed extension of the APP6 symbology that allows us to describe robotics and autonomous systems, both aerial platforms and ground platforms. And as you can see, it focuses not on the platform and not even on the control type, but rather on the payload, because what's really interesting for the commanders is not if the robot is completely autonomous, but what sort of task will it be able to do. So just cycling through the presentation and the symbology, by packaging systems as capabilities, we are assisting the integration being done by the commanders, and we think that this process of packaging RAS as capabilities and the process of having specialized personnel, think about those UAS operations officers during the exercise, would allow us to facilitate integration with the pre-existing force. Third lesson is that the enemy also gets a vote. The Artex 25 exercise included little or no enemy enablers. So electronic warfare, I-star UASs, artillery, air defense, you name it. If they were present, it would severely constrain the operating environment that drones will have to face. And robotic does not always mean disposable, because robotics can be pretty expensive, especially if the sensors they carry are also expensive and capable. And so we need to be careful when we place them under harm's way as well. You have here a QR to a very interesting Ukrainian article which describes the sort of conditions being faced at the so-called kill zone. It describes pretty well that there is a 15-kilometer gray area between the edge of the Ukrainian positions and the edge of the Russian positions, and everything goes, and it is a really dangerous place, and this is why the life expectancy for systems is only 3 minutes or about that. Basically, the idea about the environment is, if we look closely at the diagram of the phases of Artex, drones were overflying the objective throughout pretty much the last phase of the operation. They were operating unrestricted, and this is not realistic. So, building upon those insights, and by the way, we can think of the operating environment of a brigade as something like this. So, own forces, enemy forces, airspace being constrained by enemy air defense and electronic warfare, and the 15-kilometer gray zone between positions. We can get a glimpse of robotics and autonomous integration into the future Force 45 concept that was presented by Colonel Falcão Escorrega at the beginning of this presentation. And though the colors were switched, this is a slide which describes the sort of systems which we have identified as being ideally placed to support all the subunits of a brigade. This image is taken straight from the main version of the working concept, of the initial concept. And though we will not be describing high-level requirements, this mosaic is just to tell and to illustrate how that concept that Dylan Rutter presented a while ago is not science fiction, is actually quite possible, and these are the actual systems. Most of them were tested by the Portuguese Army between 2024 and 2025, and if integrated into the overall force, concepts of operations such as the one which was presented a short while ago are absolutely possible, realistic, and desirable, because if we do not set upon that path, someone else will set on that path for us, and we will end up endangering the force. So, just to get, so that you get a sense of the sort of density of systems that we can expect, if this were the brigade area of operation, and if triangles were UASs and circles UGSs, this would be the distribution of systems throughout the brigade area of operation. So you can see the airspace is being constrained by enemy air defense and electronic warfare. Near the front line, there's a large density of systems, and it continues throughout the depth of the area of operation. One important takeaway is that those systems can be divided into 2 clusters, and this echoes the British Army 20-40-40 concept. There are complex reusable systems which should not be risked into the enemy area of operation. We will look at what sort of systems those are, and there also should be disposable or treatable systems which are designed to go into that enemy area of control. This, of course, is altitude, this is the depth. So, beginning by the reusable complex robotics and autonomous systems, we believe that they will be integrated at the unit level for maneuver units, so they will be integrated into the weapons companies and combat support companies, and into all types of combat support and combat service support units, where perhaps they will become the main tool of those units. Use cases. For UASs, we can identify I-STAR with specialized sensors, for instance, synthetic aperture radars or SIGINT sensors. We can think of attack UASs, and here we are considering loitering munitions as just another type of UAS. Counter UAS, much like Ukraine is doing with interceptor-type UASs, not with interceptor-type UASs, but with the so-called weapons carrier, so think of a large drone carrying several types of FPVs or missiles to detect and strike drones before they enter our positions. Electronic warfare, transport, and communications relay. For unmanned ground systems, we can think of their main and most feasible mission for time being as implementing an automated supply chain, including the evacuation part during the rearward movements. We can also think about UAS as ideal platforms for sensor carriers and for carrying antenna, which might be considered as critical targets by the enemy force. And if we filter that mosaic of systems to include only the complex reusable systems, we get something like this. On the other hand, we have the reverse, so the attritable systems. And the attritable systems can be seen here. So they mostly lie into that contested area, and they should be designed so that they can perform short-range ISR with cheap enough sensors to be risked, attack, counter UAS as interceptors, transport of critical cargo, and for UGS reconnaissance, attack, think about something like a robot mine, and transport of critical cargo into harm's way. Filtering that mosaic of systems, we get something like this. For the people in uniform, which know better than me, most likely, what a company is, company-level systems are a gray area because they need to be cheap enough to be risked into the gray and enemy area of control, but they need to be capable enough to support combat support and combat support, service support functions, including carrying expensive sensors. Lastly, though this slide was not, is not being depicted correctly, what originally the slide had was a network, that sort of usual network representation of the systems being integrated. But regardless of the depiction, I spoke about the digital backbone early, and my point is that without that digital backbone, robotics and autonomous systems integration is worthless. There needs to be a digital connective tissue so that systems can share their data into the network can feed off their data and can evolve by being trained with the data being collected. As people say in data science, garbage in, garbage out. If our network is shallow and not dense enough, and if not all platforms are connected, and if architectures are not open enough for systems to be easily connected and integrated, then we will get no value from that AI integrating into the network and from the network itself. I will conclude my presentation with just a few parting notes for capability development. I will not be presenting the entire text, of course. These are the so-called capability development vectors, which describe the sort of actions that need to be taken to implement a military capability. And out of all the questions which we feel that need to be asked, we think that the most important ones, when considering doctrine and organization, which entity is responsible for integrating that mass of UASs into the overall brigade airspace, the so-called air littoral, because this will not be a domain of the Air Force. This will be controlled by land units because they will be the main users of those capabilities. Someone needs to deconflict, likely using AI to do path planning and route deconfliction. As far as the material and interoperability capability development vectors, the question is, how do we define the standard formats and for collaboration and for interconnection, both for physical interfaces, for digital interfaces, and for data. And we want to ensure that the network we are using integrates every type of system. If it integrates every type of system, we need to define a common format for sharing. And you can think of something like, seems to have been misplaced, my USB stick. It can fit on most computers because they have defined the USB ports as a common interface. Other physical interfaces and other digital interfaces exist throughout our daily experience, and there needs to be a common format for robotics and autonomous systems integration as well. Lastly, in terms of the personnel, leadership, training, and infrastructure capability development vectors, the question perhaps is, should there be a specific career for the specialized and complex robotics and autonomous systems? Will it facilitate integration or not? So, we come to the end of my battle with the presentation. We seem to have concluded the presentation successfully. We asked a few questions about capability development, and hopefully you got a chance to start by seeing Professor Andrew Pinto present the state-of-the-art of control and navigation, Dylan Rietford presenting a far-reaching view of what RAS have done and what we'll be able to do in the future, and we concluded with a concrete vision about what the Portuguese Army is doing right now, and build and extrapolate from that vision to provide a glimpse, to provide you with a glimpse of robotics and autonomous systems integration into the Future Force 45 concept. Thank you for your attention.
Well, thank you, Captain Veranda, for especially underlining the relevance of the Army Technological Experimentation exercise and the lessons identified from it. We'll now open the floor for the audience to have some questions. So feel free. Excellency. Micro.
Professor, sorry not to be present here, but protocol demands. I want only to share with you 2 points. I don't make a question because I'm completely ignorant on this level. I'm learning from you, and thank you for that. The problem, highlight I want to put on this is for you industry, for you academy, look at the opportunities and at the niche that you can identify where you can place yourself. Then come to us and help us to make that happen. At the beginning of the exposition of the Captain Veranda, the first proposal was a concept for UIS and UJS. And I said, a concept not now. Let's look at what we have and where we can go. And then develop a concept. And then have a vision. We have a vision of 45, sorry, not 25, 45. And now, please, feel free, come to us and join us in the areas where you see that you can collaborate. Priority will be always national industry connected with the big groups of Europe and make that happen in Portugal. The second point is our challenge. And now I'm looking for the young officers and sergeants that are on the room. I think they are here. Yes, you are. Okay. Good to see that you don't left. Is for you to start study and learn to your era. Okay? We are preparing your era. You have a job to do. Thirdly, is to look at the academy. And I saw outside the 3 guys that developed a film that the General Army Chief talked about for the M113 to be autonomous. We are working for national security with young people and with big talents, is what I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. We do have a question up there.
Olá, boa tarde já. Agradecendo já ao Exército por este magnífico evento, que tencionamos continuar a vir, apresento-me, sou José Freitas, do Grupo AMPER, Country Manager para Portugal. Por motivos logísticos, vou também fazer a pergunta em inglês. The presentation made by Monsieur Dillan, there was this simulation which we thought was very nice, where you saw the battlefield and the vehicles of different domains just coming across the bridge. And the one point that stuck out was the issue about energy, so electrification. I think that was the word used. Looking at the whole picture, we understood that we're talking about factories for very quick manufacturing, additive manufacturing, but there were also the vehicles. The ones that you showed crossing the bridge seem to be quite large, and we suppose that there should be some kind of medium endurance on the other side. All this is very complex. I can understand that would even go further if we add drones and all other kind of stuff. How, and this question is not only for you, is for everyone, especially the Portuguese Armed Forces, how do you see that the energy would be managed in such a scenario, either defensive or offensive, of course, taking in mind that the power grid could be destroyed as the first target? I think we're talking about some kind of smart grid, so I'd like for you to share your thoughts on how this problem can be tackled and what opportunities can come from them. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question. A very relevant subject. The energy is one of the technological priorities of the Portuguese Army. I don't know if Professor Pinto would like to address and answer on that matter.
Yes,
please.
I can give you some thought on that. In fact, energy is perhaps the backbone of current unmanned systems. Obviously. To my opinion, I don't think that the current solution is feasible. Okay, apologize for saying that, but I don't think that it is feasible. I think that perhaps the energy that we need, okay, is a technology that will appear in 10, 15 years. However, we do not have time to waste until that technology that we need to energize our systems be mature enough, okay? Someone talk about hydrogen. Perhaps it's more convenient to the use of hydrogen cells in order to power up these unmanned systems. However, the technology is not matured, and we do not have time to waste waiting for the nice, the opportunistic technology to be mature enough to be adopted by the industry. Okay, so we need to live with what we have under the problems that are the limitations that we know that we have. So we need to convert the problems and the challenges into features. It's not a bug; it's a feature. This is usually an engineering comment. So.
Thank you. I don't know if Captain Rivdor.
Yes, sure. Thank you for your question. So there are many approaches to this question. First of all, I think that I'm not the only one who is thinking that, but more and more conflicts are going to be located into cities. This is like something that everyone assess, because obviously more and more population, more and more dense cities, and more smart cities, connected cities. So I would say that one key of answer could be the same way that in signals we start to, this is called like the hybridization of the networks. We mix the military networks with the civilian networks. So I do think that if we look for a kind of harmonization and standardization on batteries and format batteries, which is not the case now, it will help to find straight in the city, so where we are operating, many points of resources, if we are thinking about electricity. Now, I also think that till we will have oil, we won't consider the problem fully. Why? Because to develop something, to research and develop something, you need a market. Right now, the market is saturated by the electrical batteries that fit fully the usage for drones. But we are noticing, we are realizing now that they don't fit the use for UGVs. So I strongly believe in hydrogen technology more than electricity. But the thing is, as the professor said, the technology is not mature enough. And why, according to me? It's because the market is not here. It's exactly like the robotics. Everyone is diving into drones because there is a drones momentum through Ukraine. But does it mean that it's necessary our way, your way? I don't know. It needs to fit the politic of the country and the strategy of the country. So it's exactly the same for energy. You need to find
domestic abundance with forms and system, once again, systemic approach. That's why I'm thinking about splitting different generators, power motors, and so on, straight where we are operating. But obviously, it's complex, and it requires a lot of logistics. So I don't have like any other information to give you at this stage, but I think the answer might be a mix between using the resource straight that we can find on the ground, the resource that we would have prepared in order to perform our mission, and obviously through research and development that might lead us to another form of energy that might solve the problem. Chinese are developing atomic cell. So one battery could be used like for 50 years with unlimited use, and they try to develop this for the usage of drones. So everyone needs to see the vision of the politic of the country and the strategy.
Thank you. Captain Veranda?
Well, building upon Dylan's answer, I think that I agree that the bulk of tomorrow's conflicts will be located into urban areas, but the open spaces will need to be controlled by something. And I'd say that for low power, long endurance systems, you mentioned atomic batteries, which I believe are an absolutely right proposition, but might be politically untenable for Europe because it might be proved too risky. Environmental energy sources like solar power, wind power, and distributed network of generators, even included into the platforms which will be used to control those open areas, might be a way of solving the energy problem and the autonomy problem. Say, because as we saw, the Artex 25 operation lasted for 12 hours. But if this were an actual conflict, it would be followed by a large period of waiting for a new operation and preceded by a large period of waiting. So we definitely need to, in my view, integrate environmental energy sources to allow long-endurance, low-power systems to continue to operate as sensors or to operate as on-demand supply chains. One last comment is that AI, though being extremely though having a very large power consumption, because if you know your AI, you know that GPUs make the bulk of a given computer's power consumption when being used. AI can also solve energy problems, for instance, by allowing UASs to make use of thermal currents. If anyone does paragliding, they know that if you use the thermal currents, like birds do, allows you to increase the endurance of your flight. For ground systems, UPS, for instance, and parcel delivery systems optimize their routes to minimize fuel consumption. If AI is integrated into the system, so if you have that pervasive network finding the optimized paths and the thermal currents and the lowest gradient and so on, I'd say that we can help tackle the problem as well.
Thank you very much. Any more question from the audience? Well, so it's now my privilege to thank for the outstanding presentations, both the three presentations that we just assisted, the interest from the audience, and we'll conclude this first panel, Robotics and Autonomous Systems, with a very warmful round of applause for our presenters. So.
Vai proceder-se à entrega de uma lembrança institucional ao moderador e oradores pelo excelentíssimo Vice-Chefe de Estado-Maior do Exército, Tenente-General Paulo Emanuel Maia Pereira.
Vou ver a seguir.
Obrigadíssimo, sim.
Muito obrigado pela sua participação em nome do Exército da Câmara Municipal.
Obrigado.
Mon cher ami,
Thank you, sir.
c'est un plaisir de vous avoir ici.
Merci, mon cher. Merci beaucoup. Merci. Acho que ninguém vai estar aqui atrás da De seguida, iremos efetuar uma pausa para almoço. Regressaremos ao auditório às 14 horas para iniciarmos a sessão do terceiro painel, subordinado ao tema Modelos de Cooperação na NATO e União Europeia para Desenvolvimento de Sistemas Não Tripulados. Bom almoço a todos e até já.
called Reasons for the Values of Death. And I will only mention the ones related to the end users, for instance, decisions inconsistent with the pace of the tech push, misalignment between the tech push and the need pool, lack of technological added value awareness, which is paramount for the decision makers, cultural resistance and risk aversion. And on the capability development side, I will just mention the lengthy procurement processes which also conduct to these values of death. So we need to integrate those capabilities, those technologies into capabilities, following those vectors that were mentioned this morning, at the speed of, some call it at the speed of relevance, but I like to call it at the speed of need and lasting superiority. And we need to do it through an agile blend of this tech push and need pull throughout the life cycle of capability, bringing together the innovators and the end users through defense innovation interfaces like Diana, which can also bring that awareness of that added value to the highest levels of decision making. But also the processes, the planning process need to be adapted to promote innovation. Unfortunately, NATO defense planning process has evolved to incorporate this effects-based approach. As you know, when each country receives targets to be developed, capabilities that need to be developed, it's now accepted that those targets can be replaced by innovative solutions as long as they demonstrate achieving the same effects, with obviously bringing operational effectiveness, interoperability, sustainable and better fit national circumstances. Also, that should be based on conceptual or doctrinal basis and be evidence and promote interoperability. But this is paramount to promote innovation. Also, if we want to achieve the highest levels of innovation, we have to also to accept those high levels of risk. But not only accepting them, we have to minimize those risks by interactive co-development, close monitoring, testing and experimentation, phased and control implementation. Now let's see how can we contribute both to the innovators and to the end users. To the innovators by providing a better understanding of needs, requirements, and priorities, providing specific knowledge and expertise, testing and experimentation, feedback from relevant end users, co-development support, support on maturation and adaptation processes. And here, the operational test centers like the SEMTEX are essential. Also, using operational units like those NATO Task Force X units that are forward deployed units that are prepared to integrate these innovative solutions when they are not yet fully developed, and recognition and visibility, market opportunity, and support on adoption pathways. This is the Diana ecosystem, a team that is based in the UK, where I'm based, in Estonia, and in Canada, Halifax. Accelerator sites, affiliated sites. So far we have 17 operating accelerators. Portugal also has an accelerator affiliated, but is not yet operating. More than 200 test centers, and experts and mentors that, through those processes of acceleration and growth phases, provide that expertise that is required to those innovators. Also, there's a curriculum, because normally those startups, when they arrive, when they are selected, they know very little about defense. Therefore, there's a curriculum to integrate them in these defense processes. and also opportunities to engage with the industry and investors, but vetted investors. And funding, obviously, for the first phase up to 100,000 euros, and for the second up to 300,000 euros. Also for the end users, because they need to work all together. Strategic foresight, internal and external analysis, relevance for military service, decision support to the highest decision levels, selection of the solutions that demonstrate the highest potential, synchronization with end user requirements, maturation and rapid adaptation, and swift integration into capabilities whose effects are demonstrated. For the Alliance, this is what Diana provides: scouting by identifying these best solutions, training innovators, connecting innovators with end users, leveraging these test centers, attracting capital, also to avoid or to reduce the public funding requirement, and rapid adoption. Rapid adoption, which is the tangible and most impactful achievement of all this work. Therefore, Diana is the catalyst for this continuous innovation, bringing academia, industry, innovators, end users, and capital. And, although it is not shown here, those four building blocks. One is deep tech. We start working with TRL4, which is the concept of, that is being used has already been demonstrated. And it is based on leading scientific ground. The second one is the dual-use building block. Although it can be developed solely for the defense, but we try to use it to open the opportunities for the innovators to also to have them as a dual use. Also, we bring experts at using a 360 approach, bringing the best mentors, the best experts across all these ecosystem, and using a challenge-based approach, which is an agnostic, product-agnostic solution that I will going to show you. First, to do this, we start together all the inputs from the allies, from the NATO military authorities, from the industry. Even the industry provide us those inputs saying that where they have their gaps, and also from research and development, from the Science and Technology Organization. Normally, also the trends, the most impactful ways of achieving these technologies. And also, we start by developing focus areas. Those areas, those broad areas, where those effects need to be achieved. This is in a biannual basis. Therefore, this strategic direction lasts for 2 years. And as I mentioned, we need to link the needs to the solutions. We start by linking those with the NATO warfare capstone concept and the warfare development imperatives, and also then the EPP requirements for the strategic direction for 2026-2027. We use those requirements that we received from the NATO planners. And also from STO, what we see there are the 10 recognized emerging and disruptive technologies, from AI, energy and propulsion, quantum, space, next generation communication, novel materials, electromagnetic environments, and biotechnology and human enhancement, robotics and autonomous systems. What you see in this image is the envisaged impact of these EDTs on those warfare development imperatives. But what we use, we converge these effects. That's why we converge them in these two areas, and you see there the autonomous systems, and today we have been mentioning several times energy and resilience. Therefore, we structure this in these focus areas. Therefore, then, for each year, we refine these challenge programs, and we launch those statements and trying to get the best solutions. For this year, the challenge was launched in was this year, but is going to start on 2026. It's covering these areas, and again, autonomy and unmanned systems. And we use these phases. We launch this competition, and we'll see how important is this competition. At this point, because it will facilitate the procurement phase, because with this competition at the beginning, we don't need to reopen any other competition. Then the innovators follow a first phase, 6 months phase. Then there's a down selection for a second one. And then when we achieve that prototype demonstrated in the operational environment, it can either go directly to adoption or to further development. But if we speak about accelerating and having rapid adoption, we need to use this in less than 2 years, since the end users identified their needs, up to achieving a mature capability. And 1 year from the identification of that selected solution up to achieving the minimum viable capability. With this effects-based approach, iterative co-development, testing and experimentation, and when we achieve that minimum viable capability, we can go then from then on with a structured roadmap for adaptation and enhancement. And also using rapid procurement to speed up all the process. How? Using these rules that were based on the best European rules and North American rules for to incorporate innovation. One option way is to respond to a broadly defined area of interest problems, following a product agnostic approach, which is the one that we follow when we launch the challenges. Or option B, when we need to refine those solutions up to achieving those prototypes and to that TRL7 level, which is exactly what I'm presenting here, option A. And when we achieve that TRL7, those products can go directly to NSPA, NCIA, the NATO Communication Information Agency, and or to allies, to be integrated without the need of reopening any competition, because that competition was conducted at the beginning. Or when we don't have that level yet, we can continue to do it through opt-in programs, through either through a prototype contract or through research development and prototype contract. With this, we can address the urgent requirements when we need to call for a prototype through OPEX validation, operation exercise validation, and then going directly to an SPA or an CIA, using a single source justification. Or medium term, that we follow when we launch these challenges, or even the long term when we are looking at future capabilities. To conclude, knowing that innovation will always be needed, particularly in defense, to achieve those superiority effects, we need to continuously find and accelerate deep tech innovation solutions for critical defense and security, involving NATO allies, NATO authorities, other NATO bodies, innovators, academia, industry from public and private sectors, and investors. In agile interaction between the tech push and need pull throughout the innovation process, fostering, shaping, and integrating innovation at the speed of need and lasting superiority. When I mean shaping, this is when the end users participating in this process, and when I speak about end users, operational end users, capability planners, and decision makers, by participating in this process, they can co-develop, they can shape the solutions to their needs. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and also thanks for keeping the time, because then we have time for discussion. And I would move, so I'm planning, I don't think I said that, but I'm planning to open the floor for discussion in the end, also because of the time limitations. And so I would ask Mrs. Federica Valente Marinkovic to give us her talk about the Hub for EU Defence Innovation, HEDI. I hope you can hear as well.
I can hear you loud and clear. I hope you can hear me.
Very well. Thank you.
Very good. Good afternoon, first of all. And while we are, I hope someone is trying to put the slides up to share. So while I wait for the slides, I will just shortly introduce myself. First of all, let me thank the Portuguese Army for this invitation. It's really a pleasure to be with you today, and I apologize for not being able to be with you in presence. I would have loved to do that, but unfortunately other commitments forced me to stay in Brussels. Just as a background, I'm actually an aerospace engineer. As a background, I've been working for 20 years in defense, always at the edge between research, development, innovation, between, let's say, RTOs, so Research and Technology Organization, advising Ministry of Defense, and now at the European Defense Agency, where I have the pleasure of managing the Hub for Defense Innovation. So I'm just going to check if the slides are going to be shared, or if I should share them from here.
From there, they are making me signs, but cannot talk to you.
Okay.
From your side, yep.
Okay, it's better if I share them from my side. Okay, perfect. No problem. Let me then just open them. Okay. Okay.
We can see now your slides, but not in full screen mode. Now we see your notes. So maybe if you can switch displays. Yeah, should be okay.
So you should be able to see them now, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah, perfect. So HEDI, the Hub for Defense Innovation, is the agency engine for accelerating defense innovation. The Hub was born approximately 2.5 years ago, and it's a relatively young instrument within the toolbox of the European Defense Agency, but has grown very fast into a cornerstone of our activities at European level. I don't think that I have to explain you how the pace of technology development is faster than the pace of our capability development cycles, and even more of our procurement cycles in many cases. You heard also in the presentation before that there is a number of challenges when we are trying to match the latest developments into very established long-term development cycles. Also, the other element is that more and more the commercial technology is proving to be an edge, an operational edge. For instance, in the war of aggression against Ukraine, the use of much of the commercial technology around drones and around AI has shown really that integrating faster commercial technology and dual-use technologies can provide an edge over the adversary. So when we talk about the cost of falling behind, it's not just a technological problem, it's mostly an operational consequence that we are facing. So the HEDI was not born in a vacuum, it was born out of a confluence of multiple factors. The first one was indeed the political and mostly societal support for defense innovation as a consequence of the aggression of Russia against Ukraine. But you see also other elements, such as the understanding that defense innovation can be seen as a catalyst for full spectrum combat power. So the capability of actually absorbing into the day-to-day operations new technologies as they are developed, and the capability of faster development through agile cycles is seen more and more as almost a deterrence factor in the armed forces. Complementary to that, the thinking process around how the development of new defense capabilities happens is shifting towards a bit different model, where we see more the development of an ecosystem rather than a prime subcontractor kind of relationship, and even more development of this ecosystem involves also the armed forces as a key element within that ecosystem. And the awareness that some of the more emerging and disruptive technologies can provide that additional capability and edge that otherwise would be lost. So the confluence of all these factors brought in 2022 member states to start with the thinking around HEDI, around the hub in the European Defence Agency, and we launched our first activities in 2023. So it's more or less, let's say, 2 years of full activity, and our portfolio, evolved already over time to match the realization that we need actually different kind of tools to support innovators and end users in that coming together. So if we look at the HEDI portfolio, we're already talking about the HEDI 2.0 portfolio, which means we have already done a first iteration of improving our services in an agile manner based on the feedback that we received from the member states and from the innovators. The portfolio at the moment is concentrated around 3 key services. If you look, let's say, from top to bottom, you have one that is more concentrated around the identification of advancements and identification of new innovators. The Defense Frontier Insights is in itself a tool for technology watch landscaping, for foresight, and for market analysis. It's really our way of understanding better where are these latest advancements, where are the new players that we want to bring in, but also what are the technologies that will have an impact in the short, medium, and long term on defense operations. The second tool is about maturing those innovations. So the Innovators Forge is a program in steps where we provide innovators with funding to develop some proof of concepts. And then the last of these 3 services that are the key services is really our experimentation toolbox. And I will give you an example later on of how we implemented the concept of experimentation within EDA and what is the framework for experimentation within EDA. The objective at the end is to have the best solution for military challenges that are tested in battlefield relevant conditions. And the output is what we call the blueprint for rapid adoption. You heard the concept of rapid adoption in the Diana presentation. What we present at the end is a set of key principles and key tools for the member states to adopt these technologies faster. Underpinning these three services, there are two that are more focusing on creating actually that ecosystem that we need. On the left side, we have a network of member states representatives coming together to learn from each other what are the best practices in defense innovation, but also to exchange on what are the latest advancements, what are the programs that would make sense, let's say, to launch at European level. And concrete product out of this network was the realization that we need to create in Europe what we call the defense innovation elite. Within the member states, within the end users, we need to create people that understand and embrace the concept of defense innovation and that want to be seen as the champions in defense innovation. So we are going to launch in 2026 a defense innovation course that is targeted for member states representatives to learn what are the bases, but also what are the barriers and how can be overcome. The other activity that we have as a, say, ecosystem building activity, it's our flagship event. We organize European Defense Innovation Days every two years. The last one was this year in 2025, which is really a gathering of member states, innovators, end users in a closed environment, in an environment where we can be amongst ourselves, where we can actually freely talk about what are the latest developments, but also what are the challenges and how to solve them together. I want to just give you an example of when we talk about accelerating defense innovation in practice, what does it mean for HEDI? Now, the first domain that we selected for our first innovation project in 2023 was space. We were looking at the use of new kind of satellite constellation for defense applications. And we launched two projects funded under HEDI. It was 1 year development. In total, it was a little less than 1 million euro, which was really to seed the idea and to exchange with the member states about the added value of these concepts. And what was interesting is that halfway through the project, already, say, towards the end of 23, there were enough member states interested in the topic that we launched a follow-up project under our capability and technology groups with in-orbit demonstration by 2027. So in less than 4 years, we went from ideation and incubation to actually launching satellites. And that's the kind of catalyst role for HEDI that we are propagating over years and selecting topics that can be accelerated in this manner. As I mentioned before, our European Defense Innovation Days, it's a flagship event that we are organizing every 2 years. The last one was in Krakow, in Poland, in May of this year. The first European Defense Innovation Days were in 2022, and we had about 150 people. By 25, we are looking at an event that gathers about 1,000 people, and that we have built in such a way to not only gather the people, not for networking, but also to augment it with a hackathon involving teams from the armed forces developing new concepts in robotics, and also organizing a dedicated pitching session for innovators around specific topics, like, for instance, this year was around AI solutions for military decision-making, to then match-make them with some investors. So, for instance, the winner of this year pitch battle was then, through this, gaining visibility and closed one of the largest funding rounds in Europe for a startup. So this event, the next one will be in 2027. We still don't know where, but it will be in 27, and it will be the next opportunity to really network and gather the right communities together. Last but not least, I talked about our operational experimentation framework. The first that we launched was on autonomous logistics for cross-domain systems. You see again the word autonomous systems coming by. It's a clear focus for many of us in the defense innovation arena. The first OPEX was organized in Italy. It was a total of about 5 weeks of experimentation with more than 300 hours of experimentation, where we involved 7 companies with different type of systems, both UGS and UAS. These companies were selected based on their capability to match the challenges defined by the member states in what you see there on the right side in so-called mission vignettes and the CONOPS. So by matching them to this kind of, say, missions and CONOPS, we could select the most promising solution that underwent this quite long testing of 5 weeks, which was also in cooperation with the DTEB, the Defense Test and Evaluation Database, which is also gathering in Portugal in these days. And the output of our operational experimental campaigns are, say, 2 elements that are combined in one document at the end. There is a capability readiness assessment where we look at the .ml PFI lines of development and try to understand in which of these lines of development there is a need to further the thinking of the end users for the adoption of these kind of technologies. And the main outcome is what I call the rapid adoption blueprint. That blueprint is built out of the outcomes of the OPEX, the engagement with the industry, the engagement with the end users, and at the end it will provide really a guidance for the practical next steps, whether it can be a procurement or whether it can be the need for collaborative R&D or new or further OPEX campaigns. I would like to close, let's say, with one last slide where I would like to show you a bit of a sort of cross-section of the activities that we are doing and how they fit together. In EDI, what we are always saying is that there is one important concept. We need to find the solutions, test them quickly, and then facilitate the adoption by the end users. But to do that, we can't only use operational experimentation in the field, because sometimes you need to have the capability to test and simulate first before you go out in the field. So what we are trying now to build more and more is the capability to first, in a simulated environment, test the concepts. And you see in this case, the activities around UAS and counter UAS, test the concepts within the simulated environment with support of AI agents, and then bring those concepts out to the field and create then a package of validated conclusions that feed into the rapid adoption blueprint. So you see that what we are trying really to facilitate for the end user in this case is the possibility to test before you buy as much as possible, refine the concepts and define minimum viable requirements for these emerging technologies, and really focus on exclusively those systems and exclusively those, say, specific technologies that can really provide an added value in operations. And this was my last slide. Thank you.
Thank you. And now, last but not the least, we have Engineer César Pousa, and he will talk on about NSPA's strategic engagement in robotics and autonomous systems.
Good afternoon. I don't know if micro is working. You can hear me probably. No, it's working. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation to be here today and to give me the chance to learn about autonomous systems. My name is César Pousa. I'm a former officer of the Portuguese Army, where I proudly served for 17 years. I'm a mechanical engineer, senior expert on acquisition and in-service support of complex land systems. Currently, the Tactical and Systems Section Chief at Air and Land Combat Program at NSPA, where I've been working now for 9 years. Within the next few minutes, I will brief you on the NSPA role in building and sustaining autonomous land systems capability. You will notice that this title I could replace autonomous land systems for any complex weapon systems, because at the end, what NSPA is an executive body with simplified process and specific frameworks to acquire and maintain, and dismantling the weapon systems. So this is my agenda for today. I will give you an NSPA general overview, focus on the support partnership concepts, briefly touch on the first project that started as autonomous system capability development at NSPA, and then more focus to the industry, how to do business with NSPA, explain the project cycle stages, and finishing it with some takeaways. Who we are a NATO lead organization for multinational acquisition, sustainment, and support in all domains. Where are we? Our main HQ is at Luxembourg, and we have operational sites in France, Hungary, and Italy. I will focus more on those outside Luxembourg for you to have an idea. Our agency has been operating and supporting the Alliance since 1958, and for decades we have been supporting this region of the Alliance across domains and capabilities. The agency has acquired, supported, and maintained hundreds of defense systems, such as complex platforms like aircrafts, helicopters, autonomous systems. In parallel, we provide supplies such as fuel, spare parts, ammunition, or services such as maintenance of radars for the air defense or deployable infrastructures, transportation, medical, and catering services. Today, our portfolio includes more than 100 budget weapon systems with capabilities ranging from air surveillance, ground-based air defense, fixed and rotary wing aircraft, maritime support, land combat vehicles and rockets and missiles, and also unmanned aerial systems. At NSPA, we enable NATO and allied nations to obtain the best capabilities in all domains at the best value, achieving economies of scale and leveraging the most advanced technology available. This is valid across all capabilities, complex systems, for example, but also in support of exercise. And in the current strategic context, the engagement between NATO and industry remains key, as this is the core of NSPA mission. I'm not going to go into the details of our history. We were founded in 1958. In 2012, after the reform of 14 existing agencies, NEMSA, called first, became NATO support agency, and with the merge of other 3 agencies in 2015, we acquired the role of acquisition and support operations, and we became the NATO support and procurement agency. Currently, we have more than 1,500 people. Just for curiosity, we are 55 Portuguese working at NSPA. In the briefest of summaries, the NSPO Agency Supervisor Board is a NSPO governing body that composed of a representative of each 32 NATO member nations. The ASB is the sole entity reporting to the NAC, and it provides the strategic direction and guidance to its executive body, which is NSPA. We have 5 main business units: acquisition, lifecycle management, support operations, located and managed at Luxembourg, and Central Euro Pipeline in Versailles, and NATO Airlift Management Program in Hungary. Our CEPS program office, as I said, is located in Versailles in Paris, and it manages the Central Euro Pipeline systems, a multi-product petroleum pipeline that extends through 5 NATO countries: Belgium, France, Germany, Luxembourg, and the Netherlands. CEPS support NATO operations, but also provides a fuel for civilian airports. And as you can see, some of the amazing statistics I have in these slides, The CEPS consists in 5,273 kilometers pipeline of network. The strategic airlift capability managed 3 Boeing Globemaster C-17, which is a transport aircraft on behalf of 11 NATO allied nations. It is located in Papa Air Force Base in Hungary. Within our strategic framework, we always keep the mission that we are the lead organization for multinational acquisition, support and sustainment to NATO nations. Our vision is to enable the alliance to maintain the peace and security by providing innovative and sustainable assets. Our business has been growing since 2021, 2022, more specifically skyrocketed after the Russian full-scale invasion of Ukraine. And from that moment, all of our contract investments from the nation skyrocketed, mainly in 2023 with the investment on Patriot missiles. But currently, at this pace, in October 2025, we have already reached 9.5 billion euros in contracts. 84% of them are multinational contracts, 11% NATO contracts, and 5% national. Now focusing on the framework of support partnerships, which is the core and the framework we use to support the allied nations. Our support partnerships are a distinctive feature of NSPA, offering a ready-to-use legal framework for nations to cooperate and benefit from shared requirements. It is the mechanism participating nations provide governance and guidance, whereas NSPA develops capabilities and manages nations' requirements. The support partnership format also encourages participating nations to discuss their logistic support challenges to the common and individual requirements that are identified and addressed. I have put it in the included autonomous land systems under the land combat. It doesn't exist anymore, but this is a place where I foresee a future partnership being growing. Again, the support partnership concept refers to 2 or more nations that formally agreeing to work together, sharing resources, responsibilities, and goals, and to achieve a common objective to be more effectively, and that they could do it alone. Our partnerships are related to multi-domain capabilities, always fostering consolidation of demands, aiming interoperability and commonality, and also economies of scale. And it is a proven legal framework that provides flexibility, speed, and agility. NSPA is then a proven platform for multinational cooperation in capability development and sustainment. Currently, we cover all of the different stages of the life cycle as the light publication, 48 from the pre-concept to the retirement. Under the life cycle management, we are supporting more than 100 weapon systems and more than 200 projects ongoing. The life cycle approach is about thinking at the front end and designing the life cycle efficiency. As we do know, the total life cycle costs, or 60 or 80% of the life cycle costs, will impact operations and the supports. So this is always being analyzed and putting in place at the pre-system acquisition phase. In the lifecycle management activities, we provide in-service support, supply chain management, maintenance, repair and overhaul, engineering services such as mid-life upgrades, technical documentation, disposal, and others. Concerning the autonomous system capability development, a memorandum of understanding was signed between NATO's Diana and NSPA in November 2024 to foster the collaboration and accelerate innovation within the alliance by leveraging the NSPA procurement expertise to bring Diana's cutting-edge dual technologies to the market and adoption. We have a shared goal, which is to boost Alliance's competitive edge by rapidly transforming innovative ideas into operational capabilities. The specific actions through this memorandum of understanding we have that outlines how NSPA will support Diana in navigating into the procurement processes, providing access to the markets, and potentially financing future tests and validation activities. A project on the concept development and experimentation on robotic and autonomous systems technology has been started as per Italian Army requirements with the aim to explore the robotic autonomous systems to outline the implementation of a roadmap for introduction into the service of unmanned vehicles, leading a transformation of ground force capabilities towards to exploiting the robotic and autonomous systems technology and to identify the transformational initiatives for the development of operational robotic and autonomous systems. This is the architecture campaign for this project. I'm not responsible for this project. I'm not going to go into the details. Actually, this project is being run by another program at NSPA. I just brought it as an example to show you what we have already been starting at NSPA. The expected benefits from these projects are to identify transformation initiatives, identify the research and development trends, motivate industry, encourage participating and collaboration amongst the sectors, evaluate the ethical and legal challenges stemming from the use of autonomous systems, and to support sustainable narratives and communication strategy towards stakeholders. This part more relevant for the contractors, how to do business with NSPA. NSPA is a NATO lead organization for multinational acquisition support and sustainment in all domains. That's why at the beginning I mentioned that in the title we could have any other weapon system and complex system. The agency acts in the market to link industry capabilities and nations' requirements to find the most cost-effective and efficient solutions, whether for national or collective defense. It is our aim to provide the best service or equipment at the best price for the customer by consolidation of requirements from multiple nations in a cost-effective way through its support partnerships. If you go to the websites of NSPA, you will find all of this information I'm providing here. I will just guide you through the steps very quickly. So take a look at our business opportunities. We have the FBOs, Future Business Opportunities, or our notifications of intent for NATO Investment Committee funded through projects and requests for proposals. This is what you are going to find as a layout. In this case, it's a FEO being published. You have also access to the purchase organization, the deadlines, and the documentation related to the requirements being set. As a second step, you should register with us. There's a source file department taking care of all of the registrations. If after being registered, if there is a match on the requirements being published and your capacity, expertise, express your interest, check your email, because if you are registered, you will be notified when there's any proposal that might be interested for your company, and respond to the solicitation being received. There's another mechanism called the Industry Days to foster engagement with current and future industry partners. It can be organized by nation or by a specific capability and domain. Within the process, bidding process, only one will be the lowest technically compliant, and there are always lessons learned that can be kept from the process. Why there was a miss or a near miss on the requirement definition from your sides, why you failed. There's always a learning process that can be further discussed with the technical experts after the conclusion of the process. We do have the competition advocate that assures the competitive bidding to the maximum extent as practicable. And if you have any other questions, you should engage with these contact details I'm putting in this slide. For you to have an idea of the project cycle, since the moment we receive the requirements till we have a contract in place, there are 20 different stages and 2 big work package, let's call it like that, which is the prepare and define, the solicit phase, the evaluation and awards. Has a contractual frameworks. I'm not going to go into the details. We have outline agreements that can stand for five years. For supply contracts, service contracts, we also have electronic online catalogs. Some of you might be familiarized with that, and other instruments to put contracts in place on behalf of the nations. My takeaways for today is that acquisition of complex systems, whether autonomous or not, and related in-service support through NSPA partnerships fosters the consolidation of requirements, economies of scale, cost efficiency, flexibility, speed and agility, and a collective approach on capability development where knowledge, view, common requirements are shared and always enhance all stakeholders positioning themselves within the defense international framework. And with this, I conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Now? Okay. With this, we would open the floor for questions from the audience. I mean, again, given that we have limited time, I would go directly to this. If we need to break the ice, I will can also trigger some questions. So, questions for the panel, including our remote member. Please.
Thank you for your presentations. I'm focused on Diana and Heidi, and because you are from 2 organizations with the same goals, with a big cooperation, with the big goals that coming more and more together, what are the synergies and the specific coordination and synchronizations that you are making in not so different goals, but same objectives? And with that said, how you use the facilities and the procurement capabilities of NSPA, that is a NATO organization, to make to the end users the capability to know that the final product respond to what we need. Thank you.
Thank you. So, any of you, including Federica, or... Okay, please, go ahead.
Thank you for the question. As a matter of fact, tomorrow, Federica and me will be having a meeting. We are starting to engage. It's obvious we need to start to engage. Obviously, we have frameworks that we have to comply, but the initiatives, the interest, obviously, there's most of the countries that belong to the EU and to the EDA and to Diana, the majority are common. Therefore, we have a lot of room to work together. Today, it was mentioned several times, the need to improve on energy And that's exactly what we're starting to work on all together, on energy and propulsion. That's something that we're going to develop next year together. Therefore, just to say that we were thinking about your needs. The second one regarding NSPA. I think I mentioned that if we want, in our case, I'm speaking about the NATO context, if we want to speed up adoption starting from that identification of ideas and the participation and the co-development and also in the integration, procurement cannot be the bottleneck. It cannot be. Therefore, the things that we have already developed, also with the NSPA, allows us to reduce that bottleneck and to speed up the adoption. Therefore, that was something that we needed to do, and it's done. Now, we just have to, Diana has just started 3 years ago. We're on this ramping end process. We have already some innovation solutions that are being adopted through opt-in programs, but the pace will increase. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead. You are muted, apparently. Or maybe not you, but from here. So Federica is speaking, but we cannot hear her. Maybe the control room can fix this?
I can hear you.
Now we can hear you. Okay.
Okay, awesome. Perfect. So I just wanted to complement, and indeed, so we are starting to accelerate and intensify our cooperation. I think the starting point was also the fact that since there are good staff-to-staff discussion between the HEDI and personnel and Diana personnel, we tried also to avoid complete overlap of topics. And luckily, in the defense innovation sphere, there is so much to do still that finding topics that do not overlap, it's actually quite easy because we have such a high level of needs, in a sense, for new technologies and for new concepts. So as George already mentioned, we are preparing this activity for next year on energy and propulsion, trying to draw on both, let's say, the EU ecosystem and involving also the allies in the process. And if I can just maybe give you a food for thought, in principle, even having a little bit of overlap on activities between NATO and EU is not always necessarily a bad thing. It gives you options. It gives you the possibility as end users to look at different kind of solutions and try really to find what's the best fit for your operational need. Regarding the procurement, so we don't have access directly to NSPA, being a NATO agency, but what we are doing is actually looking together with the member states and how we can use all the toolbox of innovation procurement that we have in Europe. There is much more in terms of procurement of new technology and innovations than what we use at the moment, than what member states in the various MODs, for instance, are aware of. So we are launching as part of the European Defence Innovation Course also a module on innovation procurement, so that more and more member states will be aware of the possibilities to accelerate the process of innovation procurement. And in parallel, we are supporting already starting in 26, the preparation process together with the member states to learn, for instance, how to prepare tenders for innovation procurement. We will select a specific topic together with the member states, and then we'll guide them to a structured process of workshops to elicit operational needs, challenges, and in a sense, as we go along, improve the skills of member states in accelerating innovation procurement.
let me just ask something here, a little bit also to help breaking the ice, and because it's related. So I saw that there are innovation centers in Portugal from Diana, but can they also be used by HEDI, and can academia, sorry, I'm from academia, so get involved?
Of course, there's no ownership. There's those test centers and those accelerators are affiliated, but they're affiliated for a purpose. That they are not. This is not. I would say, there's not an ownership on this. There's only a willingness to participate, and which obviously involves, when there are accelerators and test centers, all together, this brings academia. Academia and the industry are involved. And also, because this is the innovation ecosystem, obviously. But also, when I mentioned the selection, we are always looking for experts for the selection of these best solutions. Just to give you an idea, on the first year, we launched the challenge, we had 1,300 applications. On the second one, 2,600. And this year, the selection is ending, 600 applications. Therefore, you have an idea of the amount of experts that need to be involved and to have the most involvement of all countries. It's essential that each country provides these experts, also to provide transparency, but also this engagement, this involvement is essential, that we have experts to participate in this co-development of those solutions, and the academia is essential. When we speak about innovation, we never tend to have a silo between innovation and research and development. No, that was an approach that at certain times some countries had, but now it's recognized that it was a mistake. Therefore, the research and development needs to go hand in hand with the innovation in this entire process. Therefore, academia will always be involved in it.
Thank you. More questions for the panel about the presentations or in general about this topic? Please go. Oh, I'm sorry. Again, we can't hear you. I think it's the regie here that needs to give you audio. You want to try? I don't see.
Yeah?
Yeah, now we can.
Yeah, you can hear me.
Mm-hmm.
Just wanted to mention the fact that most of the test centers that are in the Diana network, they went through a process to be affiliated with Diana, but before that, for quite some years now, in EDA we had the database of test and evaluation centers, which are a network of experts that is coming together as it's happening at the moment in Portugal, and it's managed by a different unit within EDA, but to that network, we have that connection to actually all the test centers of the member states that are part of the network, and we are trying to now, together with the colleagues, understand how we can also facilitate and further accelerate that access and that usage, and complement it with civilian test centers. So I know that the colleagues are in the room, so if you want to ask more questions and if you're curious about it, try to reach out to them. And for what concerns the involvement of academia, I see it as also one additional element. We need to know where are the so-called weak signals. We need to know earlier on, where do you see research that could have happening now that could have an impact on the defense applications. Because the earlier we spot it, the better we can steer the process of R&D innovation capability development. And that is, I think, a very crucial role that academia can fulfill and should fulfill.
Mm-hmm. If I may just give a suggestion, and it's inspired actually by what my school does currently, which I think is kind of efficient for that with companies, but could be also with these centers. is typically to organize sessions where the companies bring their needs that, I mean, a few that they think are somehow related to the topics of the school. And then people can apply, I mean, professors, researchers, even students can apply to give a presentation at that session of things that they think could contribute to solve those problems. Because what usually happens is that we may be able to identify some ideas, but very often what happens is that we have this infamous idea of we have a hammer and everything looks like nails, right? So we better know what are the nails that you have to. So more questions? Thank you. Oh, I thought I saw someone. No. I had here somewhat a little bit more technical. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Alexandra. It's Alexandra, I guess. I can see where, yeah.
Thank you very much, Alexandra Motinho from Instituto Superior Técnico. I just want to, so we understood what are the synergies between NATO and NSPA. I was wondering if there are any synergies between EDI and NATO. So how do you complement your work? How do you create more outputs with the efforts that you are doing as a part? Thank you.
Well, at least I think we started to...
Sorry?
Sorry?
No.
I think we already addressed somehow that question, but the point is those organizations, although they have the majority of the members of those organizations are common. There's a lot of potential to do this, and we're starting to do this, and that's obvious that it will be a nonsense if we don't do this. But you can imagine that we have a framework to do this, sharing information, having these workshops, trying to identify the ways of doing this in this framework. It's exactly what we're doing. That's exactly that. And this is not that obviously we have our mission, each one has their own mission. And the thing that I'm trying to say that if the cooperation is not fully developed or cannot be entirely fully developed as this, it's because some countries, as you know by the geopolitics, there are some frictions that prevent the full cooperation. But staff to staff, and we know each other perfectly well. I've chaired the R&D composition of the EDA for 3 years, and I know them very well, and I'm very fond of EDA, and particularly from the innovation and research and the innovation area. Therefore, what comes to will of doing this is full. We just have to abide to the frameworks that we have. But as I mentioned, we are working on that, and we'll continue to do that.
I think indeed, as you said, some of these questions were answered before, but then I had one I decided to skip. Maybe now I'll bring it back. You especially Federica, was very careful saying that there are no overlaps, and then in the end that overlaps would not be bad. To be honest, I was expecting that if there were overlaps, would be better, right? Because you could join efforts solving common problems. Yeah. So
I can answer from my interpretation. The interpretation is that in NATO-EU relations, there's always that saying that is to avoid unnecessary duplication. Obviously, okay. there is some need of having labs. That's obvious. That's obvious sometimes. There's the need also to have resilience, to have the duplication of capabilities. That's obvious. Therefore, as a goal, there's this goal of avoiding an unnecessary duplication. It will happen, but each one has also to identify their role, their niche in these areas. That's the idea. I don't know. Federica, I'm sure.
If I can maybe give you a...
Yeah, I was wondering. Okay, yeah, we can hear.
What I meant, yeah, great. So what I meant by maybe a bit of overlap is not bad. It's in the sense of if you take the same topic and you address it in two different ecosystems, it will bring up different kind of solutions and different kind of thinking process, and possibly result in different, at the end, different applications, even if you start from the same challenge. So from a certain point of view, from the point of view of connecting R&D, innovation, capability development, having an overlap sometimes between Hedy and Diana can only provide more possible solution at the end to the same issue. If I can just maybe give an example also about the cooperation and the possible synergies between Hedy and Diana. What you saw is that, for instance, Diana is putting rapid adoption and transition as one of the services. One of our output in Hedy is the so-called rapid adoption blueprint. That blueprint can serve the member states that are in Hedy and that are also in Diana to feed then the rapid adoption plan of Diana. And it cannot go directly, let's say, from EDA to NATO, but as it was mentioned, our member states are most of them also in NATO. So they will use the information that is generated in EDA to achieve then an objective in NATO, and then possibly come back to EDA to refine it afterwards.
Okay, thank you. I was going to ask a somewhat more technical question. That's what I started saying. When you talk about autonomous systems, are you talking mostly about robotics? I was going to say about unmanned systems, but I wanted to say the word robotics to be more clear. And how far goes the autonomy of those systems?
Very good.
I don't know.
This was the topic of today.
In the morning, yeah, okay. Could not be here, I'm sorry.
But I would say that unmanned systems, obviously, can, and the autonomy, also the level of autonomy that needs to be, that we're supposed to achieve. One thing is on the technological level, and it was demonstrated that at a certain point we can achieve that. But obviously, we need also to have, we need to ensure by ethical terms, always the control of, to have always the final control of those unmanned robotics. Let's call it unmanned and robotic systems because it will cover everything. Nowadays, it's how in NATO that ADT is mentioned. But technological, at the technological perspective, in a technological perspective, we are yet to achieve that full autonomous level. We are yet to achieve it, and it was demonstrated today. But even if we had already achieved it, we need to ensure that full control of, in the end, the human has to have the control of it. Otherwise, we'll be losing. It could work against us.
Yeah, it's good to hear because sometimes in the news we hear that this could go as far as the sky is the limit. So
just allow me just to say this. When we started with artificial intelligence, unfortunately, we only were looking at the power of artificial intelligence. Now we realize how we need also to have control on that. Unfortunately, we're doing this in a delayed way. Now we need to get the pace to control it. But this should be exactly the approach that should have with robotics and autonomous systems. Otherwise, we'll be losing the control.
I would just give the floor for a final question from the audience if anyone wants to. Otherwise, I can leave the other participants in the panel to add something to this if they want. So, opportunity for one final question. I was not successful, so. You want to say anything else about this issue of autonomy, unmanned system, Federica, Cesar?
I would like to put a question, if possible, to both of them.
Okay, please.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So we NSPA are part of executive body. I'm trying to understand from the concept phase, when the concept is finished, when the requirements are ready for the nations, what's your role after that? So you have been working together with the nations for the development of the concept. When the concept is pretty mature and ready to be put in place, do you still have a role on that? Okay, so what's next? If you could help me trying to understand.
What I say is that we start by stating the problems, the needs that were identified by all the allies, those NATO entities, the industry and the scientific areas. We incorporate those needs into problems. We launch the challenges. We develop them up to achieving that prototype, TRL-7, demonstrating an operational environment. And from then on, what we need to ensure is to facilitate that the scaling of those, because we achieved that minimum viable capability, but now we need to scale them. For a startup to scale those innovative solutions is very difficult. They don't have that ability. And what we do, even, with the cooperation with, for instance, with the NSPA, is to provide the conditions for this scaling. Otherwise, the solution could have achieved just this, that TRL-7 level, but it will die because there's no capability, installed capability from a startup to scale up all those things. And therefore, this is what we continue to facilitate, we'll continue to facilitate until this is fully integrated. That's the idea.
Okay, and then together with NSPA and the project has has an example, the proven concept. When the proven concept is established, it can be scaled? Or
when you mention a proof of concept for us, a proof of concept started at TRL-3. It's proven. We start with that concept. What we need to demonstrate is the prototype in that operational environment that is aligned with the needs of the end users, and that it provides that he accomplishes what is needed in that operational environment. When this is the phase, the minimum viable capability, we say we can demonstrate to the end user, hey, this has already achieved this level of maturity. This is a minimum viable capability. Now we need just to scale this, and that's it.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think we need to finish. We are on time. I was asked to finish at 15:40, and it's 41. Thanks so much to the members of the panel, including Federica, who was remotely, and to the audience. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
His Excellency, the Portuguese Army's Vice Chief of Staff, will offer some institutional gifts to the members of the panel.
Ups.
É sempre um prazer.
Prazer.
Sr. Professor, ter a honra de Vossa Excelência presidir.
Muito obrigado.
É uma honra muito grande para o Exército e agradeço muito.
É também uma honra para mim. Muito obrigado.
Muito obrigado.
Na sequência dos modelos de cooperação que existem ao nível da NATO e da União Europeia, e especialmente no que se refere à experimentação tecnológica, o Exército Português materializa esta vertente através do seu exercício de experimentação, o ARTEX. Este exercício permite, tanto à base tecnológica e industrial de defesa, como ao sistema científico e tecnológico nacional, o estreitamento de ligações com o Exército Português, permitindo a criação de sinergias que reforçam a qualidade do tecido económico nacional e que contribuem para a manutenção de um Exército moderno e relevante, tanto no contexto nacional como internacional. Irá ser apresentada de seguida a divulgação do exercício ARTEX 26 pelo excelentíssimo diretor do Centro de Experimentação e Modernização Tecnológica do Exército, Tenente-Coronel de Material Énio Chambel.
Ora, boa tarde a todos. Estamos aqui num fim de um dia já longo. Aquilo que eu vou apresentar prende-se com a apresentação do ARTEX 26. Garantidamente a matriz do ARTEX 26 não é nada de novo, é uma matriz que está testada, foi testada nos últimos 3 anos. É uma matriz que nos dá segurança, foi testada, quer com companhias, a academia, a indústria, ao nível nacional e internacional. Já tivemos essa oportunidade do ano passado de ter alguma internacionalização. E é isso que eu vou apresentar de uma forma direta e objetiva, os timelines e o que é que vai acontecer no ARTEX 26, quando é que se prevê que comece e toda a linha de programação do exercício. Muito bem. De alguma forma, a agenda, já acabei por dizer na minha introdução, mas não posso deixar de referenciar, de alguma forma, a missão do CEMTEX, o meu centro que muito orgulhosamente dirijo e que, de alguma forma, consigo ter o privilégio de ter uma equipa que me permite fazer o trabalho que, de alguma forma, temos feito até agora e permitam-me que lhe dirija uma palavra especial a esta equipa, porque, garantidamente, sem eles, o ARTEX não era uma realidade. A missão do CEMTEX está focada naquilo que é a experimentação operacional, mas também no apoio à inovação do Exército, no apoio ao nível operacional, que é ao nível a que nos colocamos neste ecossistema de inovação do Exército. O ARTEX, como já foi dito em apresentações anteriores, de uma forma transversal, é um exercício que entende ou garante que nós consigamos ter aqui um ecossistema, aquilo que são as necessidades do Exército, passando pela academia, os centros de investigação e, no final, temos aqui a indústria que faz escalar e faz acontecer toda esta dinâmica. E aqui que entra o ARTEX. Na experimentação, realmente, uns produtos num ambiente operacional. Num ambiente objetivo e operacional que só nós, dentro do Exército, conseguimos garantir aquilo que são as nossas funcionalidades e as nossas capacidades. Bem, isto relativamente aos objetivos do ARTEX, também já amplamente divulgados, mas de alguma forma promove o desenvolvimento das forças terrestres e, como eu acabei de dizer, fortalece aqui a relação, e como já foi dito no painel anterior, a academia e os centros de investigação são fundamentais e têm um objetivo fundamental de treino e teste no ARTEX. Aliás, ouvimos falar hoje do 113, o 113 não foi testado, mas houve ali componentes que contribuíram para a própria edificação que já foram testados anteriormente, em pequenos temas, em pequenas conversas, todo o networking que permitiu ter um 113 autónomo é um networking que foi feito nos últimos 2 anos, com a academia, connosco, o Exército, que nos permitiu, de alguma forma, lá chegar. Estas são as nossas prioridades tecnológicas, também hoje já as ouvimos várias vezes, mas de alguma forma deixo-vos aqui só para fazermos aqui um remember daquilo que é o objetivo do Artex e aquilo que representa a nível nacional. Bem, estas foram as 3 edições, aquilo que falei na introdução, foram estas 3 edições, são estas 3 edições que nos dão conforto na estrutura que estamos a trabalhar, esta estrutura que vamos implementar no Artex 26 e temos aqui, nestes 3 exercícios, obviamente numa escala crescente de operacionalização e de realmente as coisas terem corrido bastante bem para nós aplicarmos então no Artex 26 a nova framework. Este Artex 26 está planeado para que nós tenhamos cá o segundo exercício operacional da EDA, um exercício que foi realizado este agosto pela primeira vez em Itália e planeamos e estamos neste momento em conversações para que isso realmente aconteça. Eu diria que estamos numa fase de 99,9% para que a coisa aconteça, mas de qualquer forma vai ser então o escalar daquilo que é o exercício Artex 26. Muito bem, a localização, como não podia deixar de ser, no nosso campo militar de Santa Margarida, um campo de excelência. Ainda há bocadinho ouvia os nossos colegas que acabaram de sair da Agência Europeia de Defesa, na reunião está a decorrer em paralelo no piso de cima, diziam-me que vocês realmente têm aqui, a sul da Europa, um campo de testes de excelência, porque há alguma coisa, algures no sul, no norte, mas realmente igual ao vosso. Porquê? Porque este campo foi um campo muito interessante. Eu tive o privilégio de ser oficial de logística no exercício de Trident Juncture. Já nesta altura foi um campo que foi utilizado e foi muito enaltecida a forma como e as capacidades únicas que tem ao nível deste trabalho. Daí que o termos o campo militar de Santa Margarida, independentemente de termos brilhantes oficiais no Exército, e sargentos e praças, e uma equipa fantástica, mas realmente ter este campo ajuda. Porque este campo já tem quase tudo. Permitam-me a minha humildade. Isto é a localização, ao nível de infraestruturas. Conhecida em Santa Margarida, temos uma estrutura plana, com vegetação, enfim, todas as componentes que são importantes para nós desenvolvermos um exercício desta envergadura, com segurança, claro, e cumprindo os objetivos que têm vindo a ser ditos ao longo do dia e que, de alguma forma, realcei. O conceito de operações e aquilo que vai ser, de alguma forma, também aqui a timeline do Artex. De 28 de setembro a 2 de outubro, temos aqui uma fase em que vamos fazer testes. Quem vai estar presente pode fazer os standalone testes. As organizações que vão estar presentes fazem os seus testes devidamente acompanhados com a equipa que vai estar no Artex. De 15 a 9 de outubro, aqui nós vamos ter, então, o planeamento de uma operação. Operação essa que vai integrar todos os sistemas que vão estar presentes aqui no Artex. Depois, na semana de 12 a 13 de outubro, vamos ter aqui um VIP Day para, de alguma forma, mostrar aquilo que foi feito e que obviamente, às mais altas entidades portuguesas e europeias. Bem, esta é a primeira semana, em pormenor, de alguma forma, vou passar isto de alguma forma objetiva. Temos aqui os participantes, as forças que vão estar presentes na primeira semana. As forças vão estar nesta primeira semana a preparar-se para aquilo que vai ser depois a segunda semana. Além dos standalone testes, as forças vão estar aqui a integrarem-se com as companhias, com as organizações que vão estar presentes, as empresas, a academia, os institutos de investigação, enfim, vão também, a par dos testes individuais, vão fazer essa integração que é importante para que depois se conheçam e para nós montarmos aquilo que é, então, a segunda fase do exercício, que vai decorrer de 5 a 9 de outubro, em que aqui sim nós já vamos ter o exercício a decorrer e é aqui que está a grande diferença e que é amplamente reconhecida nos diversos fóruns onde tenho ido, a nível europeu. Toda a gente fica realmente admirada de nós conseguirmos ter aqui uma força militar para testar. É esta a nossa capacidade. É esta a capacidade, é isto que o Exército consegue dar e que realmente é único na Europa, esta questão das zonas livres tecnológicas, obviamente, começado pela Marinha ao nível das zonas livres tecnológicas, mas nós estamos, como disse há bocado o nosso Coronel Domingos, a passos largos para essa concretização, mas o que não impede que nós tenhamos este exercício Artex, que nós façamos, e aqui este foco é realmente interessante. Quando eu digo que nós temos forças azuis, forças vermelhas, conseguimos ter aqui este ambiente tático a ser trabalhado e integrar, realmente, como alguém dizia, ouvi este, e vou repetir, sandbox, ou seja, caixa de areia. Realmente foi um conceito que ouvi algures no norte da Europa e que achei alguma piada, porque tradicionalmente nós militares conhecemos bem o que é a caixa de areia, mas este conceito de sandbox, quando falamos de um exercício Artex, é realmente uma coisa que nos leva a pensar e, de alguma forma, é isso que nós temos, uma sandbox com forças, com capacidades, com infraestruturas para realizarmos este exercício. Enfim, isto são as oportunidades que também já foram sendo divulgadas, aquilo que as entidades têm que olhar para aqui como oportunidade para participarem neste exercício. Um ambiente realístico. Há aqui depois uma avaliação, há aqui um feedback daquilo que vai ser feito. Nós temos equipas de avaliação que vão trabalhar e que vão apoiar as organizações depois a desenvolverem os seus produtos. Eu recordo, eu apenas estou a falar deste caso, não vou falar obviamente na empresa em particular, mas lembro-me o ano passado, no Artex, houve uma empresa que estava a fazer uma empresa de controle AS que montou um sistema de controle AS em cima de um carro de combate Leopardo. E sem dúvida o sistema era espetacular, tinha funcionado, nós tínhamos entretanto uns drones dummies, bonecos, que faziam esse trabalho de atacar o Leopardo, etc. Funcionou bem enquanto não havia pó. Assim que o Leopardo arrancou e começou a haver pó, deixou de funcionar. O Leopardo foi claramente atacado pelos drones. Porquê? Porque a câmara ficou inundada de pó. Ou seja, é uma particularidade, depois de milhares de euros investidos, de repente, numa experimentação destas, o pó na câmara, porque o Leopardo faz pó, garantidamente. Quando eu falo no Leopardo, é o carro de combate Leopardo, com uma pandura, enfim, como todo um sistema de armas terrestres, obviamente, em terrenos faz com certeza isso. E isso foi trabalhado e hoje está resolvido e a empresa, com certeza, continua a participar aqui no nosso Artex, porque realmente acrescentou valor. Entretanto, obviamente, aqui o networking e as parcerias que se vão fazendo, porque era aquilo que eu dizia há bocado com o M113. A networking e as parcerias que se fazem aqui permitiram este projeto, entre outros, que, entretanto, não consigo aqui anunciar, que são vários. Depois, este ecossistema ao nível europeu, aliás, em dezembro também terei a oportunidade de estar com aqui o General Corte Real Andrade, na NATO, em que também vamos tentar ter aqui alguma integração com o Diana. Bem, em termos de planeamento, até a execução do Artex é este. Vamos ter o início aqui no último quarto de 2025, está a acontecer, com o anúncio hoje desta timeline do Artex, que eu estou neste momento a fazer. Depois, no primeiro quarto de 26, justificações do exercício, o fim das inscrições, que eu vou anunciar nos slides seguintes, quando é que vão acontecer, e o planeamento e conduta do exercício no terceiro quarto, no segundo o planeamento e acabando depois após o Artex. No terceiro quarto, obviamente, planeamento e conduta do exercício e no final a avaliação do exercício, o que é que correu bem, enfim, de acordo com aquilo que temos planeado. Bem, agora eu, durante um minuto, vou-vos brindar aqui com um vídeo que fizemos inicial de promoção aqui do Artex 26. O vídeo que acabaram de ver é um vídeo que é um misto de imagens retiradas em maio, daquilo que foi o nosso Artex 25, com imagens em que tive a oportunidade, mais a minha equipa, de estar presente, em Itália, na primeira edição do OPEX da EDI. Enfim, é este misto, de alguma forma, pretendemos que aconteça no próximo ano, no período de setembro a outubro, que espero que venha a ser um exercício realmente diferente e que nos leve mais além, dentro daquilo que foi dito no painel anterior. É isso que pretendemos, ser objetivamente um exercício de experimentação objetiva e operacional num cenário real. Deixo aqui a data limite para inscrição é 20 de fevereiro de 2026. Está oficialmente aberta as inscrições para o Artex 26 e tem aqui, então, os links para inscrição. Obviamente que vai ser divulgado nas redes sociais, devemos fazer os contactos, mas fica já aqui o link para inscrição. Obrigado pela vossa atenção e espero que o dia continue a correr bem e permitam-me esta expressão, não tão formal, divirtam-se hoje e amanhã. Obrigado.
Vai proceder-se à entrega de uma lembrança institucional ao orador pelo excelentíssimo Vice-Chefe de Estado-Maior do Exército, Tenente-General Paulo Emanuel Maia Pereira.
Tudo é feito por equipas. Não, isto tem que ser dito aí. Tudo é feito por equipas. Mas tudo tem um rosto. E o rosto do Exército, na inovação, no desenvolvimento de capacidades e naquilo que é o futuro, são estes três senhores que aqui estão. O nosso Coronel Escorrega no planeamento, o nosso Coronel Domingos na inovação e o nosso Tenente Coronel Chambel no CMTEX. Falta aqui no palco uma pessoa, que é o Prata Pinto, que eu peço que chegue aqui. Porque faltava-me a parte do Centro de Simulação. E, portanto, aquilo que eu vos peço à indústria, aos centros de investigação, àqueles que tiverem ideias, não lhes deem descanso nos coffee breaks. Faz favor, não lhes deem descanso. Troquem contactos, mantenham-se em contacto com eles, porque estes são as faces do Exército naquilo que é uma coisa maior, que é a modernização e a digitalização e o futuro das Força 45. Eles foram passando por aqui, mas eu chamei-os especificamente aqui ao palco para que todos que estão na sala vejam quem são as caras e os protagonistas e aqueles que têm que ser moídos na cabeça por vocês, pela indústria, porque eles são os pontos de contacto que fazem depois as coisas acontecer. Muito obrigado.
Em seguida, vão ser atribuídos os certificados da marca de qualificação do Exército Army Tested a sistemas e equipamentos produzidos por empresas da base tecnológica e industrial de defesa, certificação prevista ao abrigo do protocolo de colaboração com a plataforma das indústrias de defesa nacionais. A criação e atribuição das marcas de qualificação do Exército ocorre desde 2017, altura em que foi formalizado o protocolo de colaboração entre o Exército e a IDD Portugal para a concessão das marcas de qualificação atribuídas pelo Exército a sistemas e equipamentos relacionados com a área de defesa e segurança, produzidos por empresas nacionais inscritas na base tecnológica e industrial de defesa, podendo assim conferir 2 tipos de qualificações de acordo com a natureza dos testes realizados. As 2 qualificações são Army Tested, cuja qualificação é conferida ao sistema ou equipamento que cumpra os requisitos gerais e específicos aplicáveis para um perfil de utilização definido pelo Exército. Combat Proven. Esta qualificação é conferida ao sistema ou equipamento que cumpra os requisitos gerais e específicos aplicáveis relativos à atribuição da qualificação Army Tested e, adicionalmente, tenha sido usado com sucesso em operações militares reais. A qualificação com a marca Exército é concedida por um período de 5 anos, durante o qual o Exército pode efetuar auditorias de acompanhamento com o objetivo de verificar a manutenção das condições que deram lugar à concessão do certificado de conformidade. Desta forma, para além da partilha do conhecimento e experiência operacional dos recursos humanos do Exército para teste, validação e certificação de sistemas, esta iniciativa permite uma significativa contribuição para a promoção da indústria nacional ligada à segurança e defesa. Estas foram as bases essenciais do regulamento celebrado entre o Exército e a IDD e que permitiram que hoje se proceda à entrega dos selos Army Tested a várias empresas da base tecnológica e industrial de defesa. Após o respectivo processo de candidatura, análise e avaliação, irá hoje receber o selo de qualificação Army Tested o produto BVT 516 VT1 da empresa Beyond Vision. O BVT 516 VT1 é um sistema aéreo não tripulado de classe NATO 1 Mini, alimentado a bateria, capaz de desempenhar missões de forma autónoma, pré-programada e guiado por um módulo GPS RTK de elevada precisão. Este sistema foi testado pelo Centro de Capacitação Tática, Simulação e Certificação para um perfil de utilização definido no quadro das tarefas de vigilância e monitorização. Irá proceder-se à entrega da qualificação Army Tested ao produto BVT 516 VT1 requerido pela empresa Beyond Vision. Os certificados de atribuição da marca de qualificação vão ser entregues ao Sr. Pedro Lousã, Chief Operations Officer da empresa Beyond Vision. Fazem a entrega do diploma de qualificação o excelentíssimo Tenente-General Vice-Chefe de Estado-Maior do Exército, na presença do excelentíssimo Sr. Pedro Rodrigues, Head of Projects da IDD Portugal Defence.
Com muito orgulho que nome da Unidade Portugal de Defesa, em nome do Exército Português, certificamos Beyond Vision com este aparelho, com este sistema que nos honra e honra Portugal.
Muito obrigado, Sr. General, e muito obrigado por esta honra também. Muito nos honra. Muito obrigado.
Muito obrigado. Dá mais um?
Sim.
Temos que ficar aqui.
Após o respectivo processo de candidatura, análise e avaliação, irá hoje receber o selo de qualificação Army Tested, o produto Swatter Portable Gun da empresa Swatter Company. A Swatter Portable Gun é um equipamento portátil de transporte e utilização individual desenvolvido para ser utilizado contra sistemas aéreos não tripulados através da emissão de sinais de radiofrequência com o objetivo de interferir com as frequências de comunicação destes sistemas. Este sistema foi testado pelo Centro de Capacitação Tática, Simulação e Certificação, apoiado pelo Regimento de Artilharia Antiaérea número 1, para um perfil de utilização específico do Exército, materializado na defesa de uma zona de reunião contra ameaças de sistemas aéreos não tripulados, com utilização restrita de meios cinéticos. Os certificados de atribuição da marca de qualificação vão ser entregues ao Sr. João Gaspar, da empresa Swatter Company. Fazem a entrega de diploma de qualificação o excelentíssimo Tenente-General, Vice-Chefe de Estado-Maior do Exército, na presença do excelentíssimo Sr. Pedro Rodrigues, Head of Projects da IDD Portugal Defence.
Agora fazemos o contrário.
Vai usar da palavra o excelentíssimo Vice-Chefe de Estado-Maior do Exército, Tenente-General Paulo Emanuel Maia Pereira.
Ora bem, afinal tem que falar. Eu gosto pouco de falar. Era só para vos dizer que o dia de hoje foi um sucesso e esse sucesso deveu-se a todos vós. Se contribuímos com este dia para vos dar uma clara visão daquilo que é o futuro do Exército, que começou com o General Eduardo Manuel Braga da Cruz Mendes Ferrão e termina com a atribuição dos certificados de Army Tested, que as empresas podem utilizar em qualquer parte do mundo, dizendo que o Exército Português certifica a sua qualidade. Acho que temos um dia completo, temos um dia muito bem passado e temos um dia que nos trouxe muitas coisas em que pensar. Termino o dia de hoje, porque amanhã vou estar aqui de manhã a dar-vos os bons dias e depois é de querer encerrar o seminário, por vos dizer que este caminho do Exército mostra que em Portugal se podem fazer coisas maravilhosas, muito diferentes, e que o talento está aqui. A única coisa que, se calhar, há uns anos faltava era que nos sentássemos todos juntos na mesma sala a falar a mesma linguagem e a perceber aquilo que os outros pensam. E se isso foi conseguido hoje, eu saio daqui, como nós costumamos dizer na tropa, com a missão cumprida. Se não consegui, amanhã cá estamos para conseguir. E, portanto, queria desejar-vos um bom resto de dia. Acho que agora há um lanche, não é? Acho que há aí um lanche organizado. Nós chamamos-lhe honrosamente lanche de networking, mas é um lanche. Aproveitem para visitar a exposição tecnológica que aqui temos, os nossos expositores. Eles trouxeram coisas muito válidas. Não estão só cá dentro, estão lá fora também. Sem puxar a brasa à sardinha de ninguém, porque é o único em Portugal, aconselho-vos a visitarem o Centro de Simulação, que lá está, fora, porque é uma mais-valia muito grande e é uma coisa que nós aspiramos a ter aqui há muito tempo. Mas todos os que aqui estão, todos os que nos trouxeram as suas ideias merecem igualmente a nossa visita. Portanto, se no networking, ou no lanche de networking, tiverem a oportunidade de passar por eles, vejam e, quiçá, falem com eles e marquem um B2B, também há uma sala para B2Bs, para desenvolverem coisas conjuntas. Portugal precisa. E a aposta do Exército, e assim me calo, é que tudo o que o Exército investe vai tentar desenvolver ao máximo a indústria nacional. E, portanto, tem em nós um parceiro. Além de um mundo de oportunidades, tem em nós um parceiro. Vamos nós à AIDI, vamos nós à Diana, vamos nós à NSPA, vamos nós aonde quer que formos. Vocês, que são os nossos talentos, tanto industriais como conceptuais, e falo na academia e falo nas indústrias, são os nossos parceiros estratégicos e são aqueles em quem apostamos. Muito obrigado, muito boa tarde e um bom lanche.